Welcome everyone to the 25K AA Poker sponsored event, and I have the final 7 players on this final table. Let me introduce them to you. In seat 2, we have Yulei with 159,000 in chips.
Whoa! Yes!
In seat 3, we have Zhou Quan with 743,000 in chips. In seat 4, we have Ami Barrera with 79,000 in chips. In seat 5, we have the chip leader Ivan Zay with 1,066,000 in chips. In seat 6, we have Dominic Nish with 526,000 in chips. In seat 7, we have Mao Renji with 200,000 in chips. And in seat 8, we have Gary Thompson with 227,000 in chips. I would like to wish every single player on this final table the best of luck. Dylan, shuffle your deal. 不会。
谢谢。他们可能等一下打完，我估计就直接
OK
会准备办。
OK， 好，没问题。好，这个可以叫他们。
Table so you don't want link.
Which we have seen in the past on our feature tables. He did run pretty deep in a couple of events. I believe Ami Barrera was a Aussie Million winner. This was quite a few years ago, maybe it could be more than 10 years ago from my memory. Dominic? WSOP, please? Definitely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of caches historically, and very respected. They're capable of making some of actually the wilder plays. It feels like on some of these tables. I sent you yesterday. Poker News made an update where there was a hand where like he limped and eventually like he called a bet and then bet on the river and the run out was like 888 XX.
Yeah.
And he had aces, so he limped with aces.
Yeah, so that's part of his limping range.
Then I saw another hand later, he was like 8s, and then he opens. So interesting ranges. I feel like it must be so hard to play against someone that plays like this if you have no experience against it, and surely not too many people play this way. Zotran, I saw that he was crushing for a long time in these tournaments. He was chip leading. It seems like Ivan now is the new table captain. We have Yulei here, 13.5 big blinds. Ace-Jack offsuit goes all in on the button. Very, very short. Zotran, he's got 7s, and he has the big blind to worry about. And did he just come back over the top? He just calls, okay. I mean the big blinds. Didn't snap fold, but eventually goes for the folds. And we're immediately, it's going to be a flip off to the races.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. This box, okay, that's why.
Okay. You need to send the card on that.
This box, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I'm just going to quickly pull up to see how many players will be cashing in this event.
It's 3.
It's 3, top 3? Okay.
Interesting. The dealer was telling Ami where to place his cards. So there are boxes where they're supposed to put them, because we were talking about this yesterday.
Oh, right, yeah. But it's not very obvious, is it? Like, I think it's, yeah.
Here we go. Ace on the flop here. Yulei looking good to double up. Zotran needs a 7 and a 7 only, not gonna get it, and Yule stays alive.
So winner on this final table is looking to receive 177,000, second 118,000, and third place finish will get 80,000.
Really? I
think
can't
so.
remember the exact board, but it looks similar.
Feels the same. I don't like it.
And you have a king jack.
Some good
King
things must
10.
have happened to Ivan to build a chip stack like this.
Don't leave the king 10
Wait,
long.
he's
Why do you
cosplaying
leave king 10
Stephen's song
anyway?
over there, or what's going on?
You started it by Linden?
No, he started.
Well, okay, yeah. That hand. You
It's
started.
pretty cool to say, for example, you rock up and all you've ever bought with you is just sweatpants and t-shirts. And if you happen to like make a final table, you can buy some like merch that like look presentable for final table, just in case you make one, right?
Yeah.
For that.
But I feel like
Yeah.
some players are just happy being casual.
Just improve the-
Like you
your
can
linking
see who are the real materialists.
Yeah, yeah, right. Like,
very
you,
quickly.
yeah. You
You
can
know,
see.
James Mendoza, obviously he had swag, but it's like he didn't have a cheap attire.
No.
And then you have other players, like it looks like maybe they got their clothes from, you know, cheaper like Walmart or something, which is like, I like that a lot actually.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
everyone is a materialist to a certain extent, and then sometimes you'll go through waves. Like I've also bought like fairly expensive clothes, but nowadays I'm more into like brandless stuff.
Yeah,
a lot
just more like comfy.
yeah,
Yeah.
without logo ideally, which is very hard to find. Like this, nice shirt.
That's how you tell a pro poker player from a non-pro poker player. The ones that show up in shorts and flip-flops and t-shirts.
Yeah,
Like Steven's on. He's like classic,
Yeah.
you know, uniform of that, of a pro poker player.
when are we going? When are we going to see some of them rock Chanel or Gucci?
Very
Labubu
ugly.
on there?
No chance.
James Mendoza.
No chance. You'd be like,
to
Well,
step
this
up.
one,
you ask them about it, they'd be like, la what?
No, this time it was suited.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry.
definitely in
Yeah,
Asia,
Dominic Jack
people
nine.
do deck
Yeah,
out a lot
like a
more
Dominic
in
Jack nine.
branded stuff, that's for sure.
I had
Yeah,
neither.
Zotran
I had none of the
swatch.
above.
Yeah, it's not
Looking
too
at
much. I think Yule, every time we've seen him on the table, he's always decked out in some kind of like design, like yeah,
The Burberry previously.
Burberry. Yeah. So today's LV.
People in the sun run.
Yeah, so that's what they were talking about earlier. The box for the cards of Ami are to his right, so you can see now where he's placing them.
Oh,
Sure, we can know exactly what he has. It's weird because he's almost closer to Zoltran.
yeah. Dojo here on the cutoff with the King Jack. Not a bad stack to play with. I think he's probably top 3 in chips, I'd imagine. Very similar stack here, Dominic Nish on the big blind with the King 10.
Is there ever incentive to 3-bets with the King 10 off?
No, I don't think a King 10 is a good hand to be 3-betting with. You know, I mean,
Suited it changes though.
suited maybe a little bit better just because you have a lot of things you can kind of continue with. No, Dominic does go with a 3-bet here with the King 10. I mean, I think players can just play it either way. Just you want to be balanced, so there are times where you might check, you know, King 10. It's not 100% that you would go for a 3-bet, and there are times where, you know, you do go for a 3-bet here. And he made it quite big, so he sized up to 78,000. I do see players tend to like to do it a lot more with hands like King 6 suited and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing with King 10s, it's very playable, you know, post flop as well. So
This feels like a double win when you have this happen, because not only you won the hand, and in this case he even made Zoltran fold a better hand here.
yeah.
And also, it feels like you're building image, because the next time you're hoping that you have it, and then people are like, all right, well, this guy's playing aggressive.
Yeah.
He's picking on me, and they're more likely to fight back. But then you actually have it. You don't have King 10. You have aces
Yeah.
or a big pair.
Yeah, and he made it big as well. So it was like also that the fact that him and Jojo have such similar stacks, and it's just such a also like big chunk of his stacks to be calling pre-flop just to see a flop with King Jack.
So you
No.
think he's trying to tell a story when he picks this specific bigger sizing, like let's play for stacks?
Yeah, a little bit. It's because it's like, well, what does Zhou Quan have to do? Okay, I don't think Zhou Quan is thinking about just flat calling a lot of his range pre-flop.
Yeah.
So it gives the chance to be like, okay, Joe Chuan, are you going to shove over the top now, or do you just fold? And then, you know, we see that Joe Chuan opted to just fold his king jack. Another hand here for Joe Chuan versus Gary. I mean, that's Gary Thompson, right? Raising another gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then Joe Chuan here is going to be calling with the pocket nines.
Raise with 10-4 off.
Yeah, it's weird because I'm like, is that correct?
Yeah.
No, because I'm like thinking, could it just be an error in, yeah, the hand?
Open king c1 again. Why you always play king c1 under the gun lah?
I know.
I feel like if the button, small blind, and big blind somehow like
That's better than king 7.
stood up to go watch like a fight happening in the casino, then maybe you can start opening some of these hands. But otherwise, yeah, I don't really see why 10-4 off would try to open
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
But obviously,
He
well,
dominated.
this player's much better than me at the game.
That's a very important hand.
Zotran's been very consistent.
He
I feel
is.
like he's been playing
Yeah.
really well. Like a lot of these players I wasn't particularly familiar with, but James Mendoza,
That
very
was
impressive.
scam.
Patrick
Nobody else
Demoche.
showed up.
You know, Joe Chuan's actually really solid, but just because, you know, he is Chinese, I think that the players think he is a lot more bluff than he really does.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, sometimes, like, you know, he can get pretty crazy around, like, you know, cash bubble time and stuff like that. That, you know, he has gone with crazy plays that make him, you know, quite memorable to people for being kind of a loosey-goosey in those spots.
He's right here.
He's actually really good at PLO. Like, a lot of his recent results have come from PLO.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he played it for a long time, or he switched more
I
recently?
have no idea how long he's been playing PLO for. I mean, it could be something that he studied over, like, during the COVID, like, you know, 3-4 years or whatever. But it's also the fact that I guess there's a lot more PLO tournaments being run compared to shot deck and so forth. So, yeah, it's probably good to, you know, start studying up on those PLO.
What do you know about Mao Renji?
So I know that he has had some really good results. I'm looking on Hendon, and from what I can see, he's got almost 2.5 million in cashes.
Oh, that's a lot. He looks pretty young too.
Yeah.
He limps 10-3 off in the small blind, Jack 6-5 flop,
Should have been televised.
and he min bets one big blind. Gary Thompson obviously not going anywhere with top pair here. Maybe wondering if he should raise. He's not playing a lot behind this. 142k, so 14 big blinds. And that looks like more than one chip here. 26k, so very small raise. So if we had a call, it'd be 76 in the pot. And behind this, Gary would have 116k. Mao Renji sitting there with 10 high. Not loving life right now. Although maybe he could have saved one big blinds.
Trying to roll to you.
I'm actually curious about the check back with Jack 10. Is that because he was worried like there's some limp raises there?
I don't think king queen against
Or
king
is
queen
Jack 10
flush.
just maybe barely not good enough to open? Or like you want to balance also and sometimes check, sometimes raise?
So Morenji was the one raising it pre.
No, he limped.
He limped and
Jack
then yeah,
That's
yeah,
not even
yeah,
nonsense.
yeah, correct. So faced with a lot of players having a limp calling range. Oh, that's pretty sick. But I guess it's because it's flush draw. He's got the flush draw with the king 2 on the board.
Wait,
I mean,
who
now
has
you
king?
said
On the overlay, it doesn't mention a king deuce. It says he has 10-3 off.
Yeah, he's got the king deuce, right? I mean, that has to be. There's no reason why he would get 10-3
Yeah,
of suiting.
that's
Yeah,
why I was like, oh, he's stabbing.
yeah. So it is king deuce.
And it looks like we lose Gary
diamonds.
Thompson.
这个肯定就自完死亡。
Not going to be able to make the money here.
奖金
Finishes
超过2万。
7th. And we have 3 players paid here.
Okay, so he is a bracelet winner. Marinji.
okay.
Hmm.
Which one
But
was
it's
that?
an 800 no limit deep stack. But
But
it's
these are the hardest to win. It's like a
It
field
is.
of like 30
correct.
people.
Correct. So
How
for
much did he win then?
$800, he won 402,000.
What?
Yeah.
But how many entrants? That's absurd. That's like the
王老师
sickest
准备
ROI.
一下。
4,747.
Oh my god. What a payday.
你们俩搞他啊！你俩不搞他，我搞你俩。
Okay. You win this tournament, you just get like a ticket to Cancun and go chill a couple days and celebrate. I guess they're poker players. Probably you fire everything in the series. I saw a French flag here on the list of tournaments. He's traveling everywhere. Spain. Okay, 9-4 off. Okay, I think maybe, are they using the wrong card positions maybe? Because +1 opened 9-4 off apparently.
Yeah, no, that can't be right.
Alright, now we're seeing some... Wait. What? Okay, no, I think, yeah. We might be using the wrong card position. And we still have players in... Alright, we'll piece it together ourselves. Maybe from now on, every hand's a mystery hands.
So do you think those queens belong to Dominic?
Yeah,
Or Dominic...
maybe, yeah,
or-
one of these guys.
Well, somebody 3-bet. So Dominic 3-bet.
So maybe Ivan Zhang has... I don't know.
Okay,
actually.
so we've been told there's about 3 hands where the players had their whole cards in the wrong spot. Because you got to understand that when we started this final table, it was 7-handed. So then the players are a little bit confused as where
okay.
the box is.
Yeah.
So it's coming up with some issues.
So here we see the correction. The dealer telling Ivan it's actually the other box to his left. He needs to put his cards on.
So then the cards are just automated when it shows up then.
Yeah, I assume. Well, I hope so, because otherwise some poor guy is typing in
Yeah,
everything
yeah, yeah.
manually.
Just
That would
like
be-
being told. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be a lot. I was wondering about this in the past, like when you watch a fight, there is like the amount of like strikes, head strikes, significant strikes that are counted. It's like, surely it's like, yeah, it's a person counting all of this like manually.
Yeah, it is a person,
I
I
guess
would
eventually
imagine.
you must get really good at it.
Yeah. It's like when you just start learning about poker, you're just like, look at your whole cards. You're like, what do I make on the board, right? You're not talking. You're not even thinking about strategy. You're just
Yeah.
like, do I have a pair, or which pair do I have, right? And what kicker do I have? That's what you're kind of wondering about at the beginning, and after a while, it just comes naturally to you. And Dominic does have a good position on this table. He is in position of the chip leader, Ivan. You know, sometimes the luck of the draw really does come down to where you're seated.
You see Amy here. The cold brew nation with Dominic. Did you see that when they got to the table? They both had what looked like a cold brew.
Oh, is that what it is?
And we had Gary. He looked like what was probably, I'm gonna guess, like a caramel macchiato or vanilla latte. One of the two from Starbucks. Which did him no good, as he's our first player to exit the final table. Again, 3 players will finish in the money here. I talked a little bit to Marius yesterday, and Ami was around as well, so I got to
Yeah.
chat with him. Very nice guy.
He's really, really nice. Yeah, he's the 2014 Aussie Millions main event winner. And that was a cash of $1.4 million, I believe.
Pretty good. Yeah, everyone here seems pretty experienced, right?
Yeah, everybody's quite accomplished.
There's no like real newcomer, new face.
No,
Been doing this for a shorter time than the rest.
no, I think they're all like pro players, I'd say. But
Yeah.
not the main event. The 15K main event, it had a lot of noobs. There's a players who's never played tournaments before.
Straight at 10,000. So call. So check.
Do you feel like going into this final table, Ivan might be the favorite, considering how many chips he adds, or it's still anything can happen?
I definitely think anything can happen because, you know, we've seen it where, say, a guy with like 500,000 chips, if they just happen to get into a cooler or a flip situation with Ivan,
Yeah.
now they're the chip leader and Ivan's in their position, right? So that can change very quickly. You know, and it's almost inevitable that you're going to get into these like spots where, you know, some people have 2 overcards versus a pair. And, you know, there's spots where you have like a pair of kings versus a pair of queens, right? Those spots happened, you know, and then when you start, like, the blinds catch up to you, you have like 20, 30 big blinds, that's when, you know, you just cannot say no to these kind of situations. Yulei here with a full house on that river has bet 17k into the river, and Zhou Chuan is thinking about something with his Jack 5. No, toss it into muck. Not a good time to make a move, as we can see that Yulei has a very strong hand.
Trying to get a comment out of you.
Oh, God.
I love when somebody falls and then they just like look at you, trying to make you to show,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
looking all curious, like it's gonna affect you.
And that pot does bring Yulei up
I do.
to 30 big blinds, and Ami Barrera is the shortest stack on our table.
现在不 nuts。嗨，
才2、3年没了，我3年是那个。
Call it. 手背棋。背棋。
5 fold.
There is no rule for like language at the table here, right? Like a specific language? Because I heard a lot of
No.
chatter in Chinese in particular.
Well, they have to cater to that because, you know, I mean, everybody from China is playing, and I think if you were to say, oh, no Chinese at the table, then nobody can talk. You know, but it's also the fact that the dealers, they can understand Chinese, so
Yeah,
they can
okay.
then police what's being said.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so if the dealer understands the language, then I think it's usually
So all
fine.
the staff here speaks Chinese. Even like the security guy at the entrance, I heard him like say something in Chinese.
Yeah, so because of the fact that, you know, it's 1 hour flight from, say, Beijing and Shanghai and so forth, it's just much better for them to hire dual language. And for some reason, like, a lot of Koreans seem to speak Chinese. It's whether they Chinese Korean or, yeah, I don't know what it is. Even though when you go to a restaurant, they speak perfect Chinese.
But I heard there's like a lot of common words. I heard it's easy to learn. Like,
To learn both,
one,
yeah.
one another if you
Yeah.
know one.
No, maybe there is. I mean, I've been watching a lot of K-dramas and I haven't picked up anything.
Yeah.
就咱俩没有，就咱俩。
Oh, no, you should. Isn't like, for example, king is Wong, right?
Yes, but
我输了
like
起板了，1把没赢过。
it depends on what context,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah,
But I
if you
think there's
say,
a lot of words like this. Like I remember,
yeah, so it'd be similar.
yeah, maybe like park is also the same word.
Yeah.
Like a park.
Well, why do they always add like mida at the end of like every sentence? Is it like a courteous
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
I
what does
think
it actually mean?
I'm not sure exactly.
No?
It's just like you have to put in a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't speak Japanese, but I felt like it was the same as like watashiwa, right?
Okay.
When you hear Japanese speak, you always hear that precedes
Okay,
sentences.
I see. Yeah.
So yeah, like for example, if you say, like if I say Yohan Imnida, it means like I'm Yohan.
Yeah.
So like that would be. Again,
But
that's my
then
name.
you're saying you just adding mida no matter what.
Yeah, in a lot of contexts. Yeah.
Okay. But then you don't actually know what that mida actually means.
Precisely no, but
Yeah.
in the context, I think
Yeah.
it's like it is or is
Okay.
kind of.
Okay.
Empty.
But then you're putting that at the end of the sentence.
No, I don't.
Yeah, yeah, in this case.
No. I didn't have a jack or a nine.
2点2是从来不买贸易，早晚也有炸的时候。
那你说的我痛。
Yeah, I heard actually that's also Chinese for Americans, they can get very good at it more easily than speakers of other languages. And when I lived in Beijing, I had a couple American friends, and they were like flawless.
Yeah.
Really, like it was crazy to hear them speak and know.
Chinese.
Yeah, like very
Yeah, yeah.
advanced words. Like they
Okay. Yeah.
have very easy conversations with anyone.
And they didn't even grow up there. Like
No, they just went
they
there and
just learned-
studied hard.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then got extremely good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't imagine him folding aces there. So let's kind of consider this amount of graphics being still messed up.
So that would mean Ami has aces.
I don't know. Is that what it means?
We need to figure it out because then we can know.
No, but Zhou Quan's in between them too, right? So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
can't
yeah.
be
Yeah.
because they're kind of across the table from each other. No, Zhou Quan's the one with the aces. That has to be what it is.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
why. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. It just looks crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like he's in there on the cutoff with the 7-3. Imagine people actually watching this stream and they're like, "Oh my god, his range is so ridiculously wide, and he's got aces here."
I saw you do some image building. Somebody at 10-9, right? I thought I saw 10-9. No, but Zhou Quan is not in the hand.
He's not.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
So I think Ami has aces
okay.
and Dominic has 10-9 or Queen 8.
This
We're gonna figure it out. I think if we pay attention,
Yeah,
we could
yeah,
actually
should we
figure it out exactly.
This is mystery hand on a different level.
Yeah. Mystery poker.
And it's not even. Is it the correct players in the hand now? It is, right? Amy and Dominic?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it's aces against 10-9. Not certain. We're gonna fire here.
That's the last time I saw him. This is what he looks like.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that looks very different. He has way longer hair.
Yeah. Because I think, he's Canadian. And they're crazy.
Dominic in the tank. Thinking of all these options.
10 years? 11 years? Right? One day, you're gonna go to the Vegas WSOP seniors event, and it's gonna be the toughest tournament you're ever gonna see. Because everybody's reaching that age of like 60, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you have feather holes and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like
Are you
everybody.
kidding me right now?
Yeah, everybody's gonna be like super good. It'll be the toughest tournament.
Okay, so maybe you didn't have aces.
I have no idea.
他们真不喜欢洗牌啊。
It's
I can't
making.
imagine, unless he somehow
He doesn't like folding.
got aces off of this, but I don't think so.
He doesn't like folding.
Oh, I know. He's never liked folding.
No.
Do you like? Did you ever like playing in ladies' events?
No. I have no idea what they're doing. It's like really random. You can never tell the strength of their hand. They're only chip call. So I've ran into like kings into aces, and I had no idea she would have aces, and I'm like just the one like being aggressive the whole way, and then she's just calling.
But it's still very player dependent, right? I think
It is. Yeah, I mean they're getting better for sure.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot more players out there who knows how to play poker a little bit more, but yeah, like it does confuse me because the lines they're taking, everything is a little bit funny.
Yeah, I had that sometimes too. There was a player, like I was playing cash in Vegas, and there was a player. He had talked to someone earlier. I heard him about how he was like pro player for like many years. And I'm only playing 1-3, so like okay, pro player playing 1-3, interesting. And then I had a hand with him where he didn't 3-bet ace king.
Yeah, right.
Like in positions where it's like I
yeah,
can't
just like
imagine
let
not
everybody
ever.
on the table in.
Yeah, and then like
Yeah.
on the river, I was so shocked, and I was like, okay, well, if this guy 3-bets,
Yeah.
I'm folding range.
And RNG here,
He's
just
like
calling the
he
raise
never
pre-flop
folding.
in the big blind with his king 8.
No fold.
And Dominic here is in a small blind with the 5-4 suit. Bottom pair for Dominic, and top pair here for Morangi.
Do we know for a fact that these are their hands? This looks more realistic than some of
Yeah, I
the hands
think
we've
it
seen
was
recently.
only 3 hands that had
Okay.
an issue, so we should be past that now. So looks like it's reasonable, you know. And the action so far makes sense, I think. Now we're seeing Dominic here with a 36k bet, 26k bet on that flop.
He's taking so many unconventional lines. Because should you have many leads here? I feel like most players would just check a lot.
It's because I think he was the one that raised it up pre-flop,
Okay.
right? So then he's the pre-flop aggressor. Now this turn actually improves Morangi hand even further. He's got 2 pairs now. And now Dominic has checked over.
We saw this yesterday. The King 8 also made 2 pair.
Yeah, King 8's being pretty strong, I think.
319k behind for Morangi. It looks like he's not gonna check back with 2 pairs here.
Now he's going with bet. And he's betting 60k now into 132.
A pretty tricky spot for Dominic. If he had 5s here, would he ever check turn to hope for a bet and then check raise? Or would he have bet himself every time?
If he had a 5, I think he would still play it maybe the same by just checking.
No, if you had pocket 5s, Dominic.
Dominic? No, I think he'll be betting with a set of 5s. Bet,
Morangi.
bet, yeah. Yeah, because the turn I now see that it does bring out, you know, a lot of possible draws, a lot of possible straights, and flush draw out there too. And Morangi here, looking at that pot of 252,000.
Yeah, Dominic was probably hoping to get trips or a second pair. Not gonna love what happens next. They're very healthy chip stacks actually. Like Dominic, even if he loses this hand, still plenty to play with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, with this kind of buy-ins, they usually give them pretty good slow levels and the blinds don't jump too fast. Morangi is betting and probably... Oh, he's made it big. It's gone with the 225,000 bet on the river.
Safe to say there's no fold equity if Dominic goes all in. Will be 34k behind.
So Dominic is trying to kind of break down, okay, so, you know, was he doing that with just a draw, you know, on that turn?
If he has Jack 10.
Correct,
maybe
and if he does have a draw, and the draws actually didn't hit, right? So he's considering, oh, my 5 might be good here. So he's really thinking about it. Because we saw Morangi didn't really get aggressive, you know, with his top pair on the flop or anything. It's very, very likely that, you know, he could have a drawing hand that called a flop bet to see a turn. And then when he did hit the club, no, it's not out of question for him to bet and then play it exactly this way.
Do you feel like when you're thinking here and you have to push out, like pay attention to the time and push out time banks, is that
You don't need to. Yeah, so some players don't realize that as long as you have time bank chips,
Yeah.
you can just pay them at the end of the hand.
Yeah, because I feel like I would be irritated
It'd be-
having to like
it'd be-
handle
it's
the
very
time banks.
irritating,
I just
yeah.
want to be still and think.
Yeah, so you see sometimes the players will fan them out in front of them
Okay.
where they think about a hand,
Yeah.
just to show that they have them. So as long as the dealer can see your time bank chips, they shouldn't be the one hurrying you along on decision.
Good bluff.
He showed it, right? Did he show?
No, they didn't show, but
Did he
one of
show?
the players is yelling good bluff, so he's trying to make him show, I think, but not gonna go for it.
Yeah, I think Dominic is going to look back on the stream and realize that was a really good fold.
I think the good bluff
Oh, yeah,
came from
Malasa.
Zoltrad, I believe. He said it twice too.
老师没有修档啊，没有修档啊，这么大，你能不能修个 A 还 bluff 他一下？ So it's like King A, Queen A.
No, this can't be right.
Maybe he's feeling it.
A Jojo would not raise 4-3 offsuit under the gun.
He's got a couple secret strats you don't know about. You lay with the defense in the big blind against early position open. Maybe he'll show, and then we can get to the bottom of it. 55k in the pot. Fires out 13,000s. Show it one time. That's what I say at the table when I see sometimes. Show it one time.
Do they do it? I think they do, right? Some people do.
Yeah, some people.
it
Yeah, I mean,
works.
and like I
Yeah.
felt if somebody shows me, then I owe them one. They can ask me later.
Oh,
and
okay,
I'll
okay.
show.
Yeah, that's
I'm
nice.
fair.
Yeah.
他不上我给他上，给他上强度，他我给他上强度。
Oh.
He asked us to
别说了，别说了
no
，no no。
don't double you up. I won't double you up.
They're talking about doubling up Amy,
I
I
have
think.
to call King Queen soon. What should I do?
Talking about what?
About doubling him up.
Oh, doubling him up. He looks very short. I
Yeah.
don't even think he's got like
Considering I had
126k.
nine, got very lucky yesterday.
It's not
Is he?
very loud, but I
That's
feel
okay.
like Zoltran told Ivan, go double him up. Top tier banter.
Ivan Zhang here on the hijack, raising 7-6 of diamonds. And Yulei, small blind, folds king 10. And Zhou Quan, big blind with the king 5 offsuit.
Now let it go. Ivan picks up a couple extra big blinds. Looks like Ami's gonna be big blind next hands.
Pay for the commission fake.
That's only fair, huh? Thank you.
Alright. You're just wasting the chips I give to you.
No, I need. I'm posting the lucky chips.
You're posting the lucky. Alright. Fair enough. Very
Ami
fair.
says he's posting the lucky chips. I think Ivan made
When I
chance
have more,
for
I
him.
can save the lucky chips for later. But right now,
Good.
they need to work.
That's very true.
Do you find most poker players are on social media, or it's more of a rarity?
For them to be on social media? I think
Yeah.
they usually are on social media.
It's very player dependent. Like some of them just absolutely have zero social media presence.
Oh, okay. They're pretty private, are they?
Yeah, some of them I think.
Yeah.
I feel like most probably are not. Some of them, you know, moderate levels of activity to a lot. Okay, Dominic opened King Queen offsuit in a hijack. Mao Renji in the cutoff 3 bets to 70k. And we've seen Dominic at times make some moves, but he's up against the Cowboys here. Is he capable of sensing what's happening? Keep staring at Mao Renji, who's He's very still. I gotta say, I admire any player like this that seems to give away absolutely nothing. I suspect I have a pretty bad poker face.
You think so?
Yeah, and like
Yeah?
probably like move around too much and like too expressive. Probably make faces I shouldn't make during hands even.
It's the past. Bad people chop. 他开心死了。
And Dominic keeps doing this thing where he looks
good
again
game.
at
It's
his
a good game
hand, by
plan.
the way. He's done it so
Good
many
idea.
times.
Yeah.
Good idea.
You forget.
I don't know, it's like almost like a tick, you know, like a random habit that you have that serves like not so much purpose, because I can't imagine he's forgetting his hands. Maybe he paid attention in some tournaments and he realized that
给老外说。
when you do that, people are more likely to make mistakes against you. I don't know what it is. But so many times he's looked again.
He looks like he's going for the calling chips with the king queen offsuit in the hijack. I really don't want to see a king on that flop.
As a case king it would be. Only the king of diamonds left in the deck. Looks like a 4-bet since there is no flop coming.
Oh wow.
Immediately when I saw king queen hijack against
Yeah.
cutoff and I saw Dominic, I was
Yeah.
like, I was feeling he might go for a 4-bet.
He is going for 4-bet of 130k, and this is, you know, absolutely exactly what Marinji wants to see. Extra chips going into the pot.
And here the question is, does he slow play? With aces you have more incentive to slow play because you're not really scared of any overcard. There is no overcard. But with kings, it can be dangerous if you just call and you see the ace on the flop. So usually kings will go all in more in some of these spots, but now it's tournament, it's shallower stack. So I really wonder how he's going to play this.
Yeah, I mean, he should know that if he does just flat call and there is no ace on the flop, he's going to get at least that one bet out of his opponent. But if he's shoving here and his opponent doesn't have it, they're just going to put it in the muck. There it is.
跟我俩想象的一模一样。
动作给你读出来了。
一模一样。
不是我看
Calls
毛老
very
师那个
quickly
点
here,
马
though.
上
Not
看
much
我
to
就
do. It's just a pure 4-bet bluff here with the king queen offsuit.
没有 A K K 看。
And he just
他
ran
只是
into
针对
it.
他嘛，所以他
Trying
是
to
要
make
那
a
个
move,
嘛。
ill-timed.
1秒钟都。
lucky。
Renji
而且他
picking
加
up
入
some
角
more
度就是
chips.
要4D 做的。
他加出来你的表情，你就明显的要4比我已经打了。
翻拍他。
Do you think there is
习惯。
对，
some players in the field, like or in the world, that in these spots, if they're Dominic, they're just like mega sharp with life toss, and somehow they can pick up on something.
I know there are some players that are very good with live tails, you know, and some people that like concentrate so hard
加出来你
throughout the whole entire 10 hours poker they're on the table that they're exhausted just because of how hard they're concentrating on every single body language, you know. I believe Chance Corneth, I think, is one of those guys that's really, really big on like body language and live tails.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has spent hours and hours, you know, just kind of breaking all that down.
朝大毛
Yeah, because I look at Mao Renji in this hand, I'm like, oh, he's giving nothing away. You know, like he
Yeah.
always has this exact
Yeah.
same look.
那子弹
Oh,
给
lines are up.
But yeah, so maybe some players just can't see it all. Like, you know, there's all sorts of talents in the world, whether it's like for
Exactly,
sports or
yeah,
mental
yeah,
things.
yeah.
Maybe
It
they're like,
just-
all right, he's blinking a little bit faster than usual.
Yep, and that
pick up
sixth
on his
sense,
pulse.
right? Yeah. Here, Morenji hijack with the ace jack, raising up to 25k, and Ivan saying the big blind just calling with his 10 jack of spade. No help for either player, but Morenji is going to be probably... Oh, okay, check back. Pretty dry board. 7 on that turn. It'd be good to see Ivan probably lead out here. Does hit his range quite well. Since he's in this big blind, he does indeed lead out. And he's betting to a pot of 68,000.
Let's see how big he goes. 55, wow, okay. So he goes very big,
Yep, it goes very big.
making it hard for this type of hand with ace
It
jack of
is.
hearts to call.
It is. And that's good sizing, you know. It gets that hand just out of the way. You know, anything that calls him, he has a pretty easy check on the river. Just because it could contain like pocket pairs and stuff, that which he's probably not going to get out of the way. But Marenji actually reads into this as not being very strong and does make a call with his ace jack high. And
Are you polarizing more when you bet big like this? It's like you either have a really strong hand or just nothing.
yeah, I mean, I think it's up to Morangi to read into, oh, is he just trying to blow me off my hand here? You know, and that's what he came down to conclude. And
So when he calls the turn, then he's very likely to call river because has he already made his decision a lot here?
I mean, with Morangi's hand, I don't think so. I think he is just calling one, and if Ivan happens to continue, like on that river, he's gonna just let it go. But I mean, Ivan continued for a really, really big amount. He's bet 155k now.
And yeah, 10 rolled on the river.
Yeah, it's great river card for Ivan. Outdrawing Morangi.
第二跟第三有啥区别？
He still doesn't really believe Ivan had the goods on the turn, and you know, just try to work out if that river helped him, and we can see that indeed, you know, Ivan did get some help on that river. But yeah, that big bet, you know, it's does make Morangi think that they could be bluffing his range.
那董翔
It's just like one of those spots where he's never all-inning almost, right? He's zero calling or he's folding.
No, I can't see him shoving.
哎呀
Lets it go correctly.
time 啦！投机啊？包不投机的呀，能看回放的呀，怎么可能是投机啊？只知道毛老师
That
不
puts
相信
Ivan
我啊！
on a stack of 99 big
Hold on,
blinds,
this
1.2
还不当
million
啊
chips. And Ami here on the table has
别再打多点，
8.3
打
big
30万够
blinds.
不？
Getting shorter and shorter. Yeah, that level up's going to be brutal. Needs to find a double very soon.
对，打多了，打多了，这牌打12万应该过了，是不是？过了5000，超出心理承受价值了嘛？毛老师还是警惕的啊，这都没上当。要毛老师有一对肯定扣了。
King, Queen of Hearts. Beautiful holding here.
你等会儿就会
Easy
上去
open.
看嘛，这肯定不是投
Quite
机
a few
啊。
hands for Morangi picked up on this final table so far.
Yeah.
Pocket eights now for Yulei on the hijack.
Hijack against under the gun.
我才紧张。
We've seen a lot of calls
昨天被打透了。
with this type of pocket pairs
那
previously.
你可能输多了。
Sometimes players
我现在
spice it up and come back over the top.
Yeah, it depends on how much they have behind, and I think with Yulei's stack, it's fine to, you know, either 3-bet or call, and yeah,
But
he's
does he
going.
mean to call an all-in then?
I think he won't be calling annoying, no, and leaving himself with 20 bigs, you know, is fine. I think that once, you know, you 3-bet with the eights and somebody does come over the top, I feel like you can read them having those bigger pairs. That's always going to beat you. And obviously, yes, there's going to be ace queen, ace king in that range too. But you know, just percentage-wise of pocket pairs versus those kind of hands, yeah, you're just not looking so great with the pocket eights. Morangi just called.
He's gonna come along, see a flop. And gets nothing. But Yulei, there's an ace on the board. Just the one of a card.
Yeah, I think Yulei probably has to take a stab at this flop. Doesn't have to be much, just because it's pretty dry board. So he only bets 20k,
Wow.
which is like 1.5 big blinds and get it done. No, it looks like a bet that you just kind of like, oh, come along, please, just you know,
Yeah.
come along, right? But yeah, that gets the job done.
But Morangi like had like the worst. Like there was no hearts.
No hearts,
ace high
nothing.
board. You have
Yeah.
king, queen of hearts. It's like,
Yeah, really hard to continue.
I hate this, but I have to fold.
My 75% bet, this is for the river. One, like 2/3 again. Yeah. Huh? Greedy.
Zhou Quan hijack here with the ace jack. Make it 26k to go.
Wow, that's a lot of time banks. Here too, actually. They'll have quite a few.
这把再给我
血
上
收巨厚。
我就忍不住了，射了，
Looks like easy game.
给我。
Ivan up to 1,086 big blinds. And you can divide that by 10 if you're Ami with 8.3.
来一个那个越南的，就是说我在那玩飞镖主要是来的，真的是。
是吧？
I mean, dire need of a double. Again, we have 3 players finishing in the money here. And we're 6-handed currently. And this TLPT AA Poker 25K.
I was wondering why you so happy.
Pocket queens here for Ivan on the cutoff.
打把开，这我想办法也弄掉。
Making it 24k. A defendable hand here in the big blind for Yulei, Jack 8 of hearts.
明知道我不放大王的。
Ace 5-3 rainbow. Oh, sorry, no. 5-3 deuce. And he folded, so it looks like there was a bet. And then a fold.
Doesn't matter.
Here we can see the chips here in front of Ivan. Cruising 1.1 million.
圈圈我都没追。
I hope he doesn't miss a hand because we see that Ami's actually not seated in his chair right now. Probably going to check the stream.
I think this time they are
He's
not
right
allowing
here.
any
Yeah, he's
coach
just
Maybe
come
went to
back.
get a
in
drink.
the final table, right? Because of you. Why because of you?
那哥们儿还送我个这
I
个，
wonder if anyone told Taylor Black about his kings that he missed.
I don't know. I
You are
think
the
there's a
guy
chance
who use
he's
the-
gone
the
back to watch
laptop
it,
on the camera?
right? Sometimes you're wondering about a couple hands, and you know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's gonna. Yeah, honestly, paid attention to the fact that he did miss a hand
Yeah, fair.
at the break. Hijack here, Queen Jack for Ivan's A, raising it to 24k.
Do you know what's the best way to be on time? Is to shoot to be early. I'm almost always on time because of this, like I always
Yeah.
try to be early.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to calculate though. When I play like tournaments in the series in the summer, it's like, it's so big and
Yeah.
there's so many people, it's like, you have to shoot to be way early to make sure you're there on time.
I celebrated the deuce being gone. Then I looked
So
down
you
at the
doing
deuce and I
WSOP this
realized,
year as well?
uh-oh.
No, probably not, but in the past I have like,
Yeah.
a bunch of tournaments.
How did you like the experience? Was it the Rio or the
I don't know what the order is.
Both.
Both, okay.
Yeah.
And how do you like it?
It was fun, just like when I played I think it was
never
the
know.
Colossus.
Oh, okay.
And it was
Yeah.
10-handed. I was like, okay, like, this is a bit silly.
Is that like the one that's 400
Yeah, I love it
buying?
here. What are we
400
talking about?
buying?
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
yeah.
It's one of the
Best
cheaper
place in
ones.
the
But
world.
it's got like what, 5,000 people or something? Is it
More.
crazy? More
Per flight, probably, yeah.
7,000.
Maybe even more. I think I played the Big 50 this one year, the first time they did it, and it was
Yeah.
like maybe 20k entrance or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, some of these are like insane.
It's absolute lottery then, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the point. I
Yeah.
guess. I remember there was a guarantee,
Yeah.
and then they like smashed it so hard that
No, but they can't just have like a poker, like a tournament going, all right, let's just run a lottery. So you have like 20,000 people show up.
They do that, but like shootouts, right?
Shootouts?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
like
do
flip
like a-
out, flip out,
Yeah, yeah,
flip
flip out
out.
is
Yeah,
what,
yeah. But like more people, like a tournament just based off
that's
like
called a
lottery.
lottery, yeah.
No, but literally you have to be on site. You have to be in the poker room, and everybody puts in like $500, and they just go for the lottery. And then you'd be like, okay, the people that win, they get a seat into like the main event. I think a
Yeah.
lot of people will be just like, yeah, I'll do that, right? Just like it would just take
How
minutes.
big of a field do you think you could get for something like this?
Well, especially if you run like say during the free roll, right? You could run stuff like that on the side, and you get a bunch of people being rolled into like
Yeah.
the main event or whatever. Yeah.
There you go. You got an idea to pitch.
Yeah. People love the flip outs. It's like always being the one that people scream the most, like the most energy in the room always comes from those flip outs.
对，也不能指导了，就因为他吧。Will you go to WSOP this year? No? You get banned? No. Oh, okay. I thought you get banned because you're teaching.
Ivan asked Dominic if he was going to WCP this year.
Why
Dominic
you
said
being
no.
here then?
And Ivan asked, you
You
get
were
banned.
to me and to stay home.
I don't see Dominic as being the kind of player that gets banned. Torture here on the dealer button with pocket eights.
Okay, fair enough. It's very far actually.
All of them.
And
All are.
Amy here. I think he
Or
tossed
will be
his
56.
chips in. Looks like he's still got cards, so most likely he did toss his
I
chips
don't
in.
want double you up again.
76k. Ivan does let his king jack go in the big blind.
Flipping,
And a
flipping.
call from Zoltron with the eights.
You got me dominant.
What does Amy have?
Ace jack. So really good fold by Ivan in the big blind with the king jack. You know, otherwise, yeah, very dominating in this hand.
Let's start for the king, ace jack, queen, queen jack on the floor. And Amy perhaps able to get a full double here.
Yeah.
In dire need of some chips.
He definitely will be seeing a double
Double
here.
up again.
Put him
Double
around,
master.
is it
Yeah, no.
like 14?
Just getting started.
Just getting started.
Just getting started.
Yeah.
A little bit more breathing room now.
Still some work to do since it's 3 players paid.
他就逮着你
There's
呗
just a lot of chats, a lot of smiles on
你
this
踩我屁
final
股
table.
我也得过，
Good to see.
怎么着都跑不掉。
So what's the clothes of Yulei, like the shoes, do you know?
The shoes? I don't know. I know his top is LV.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see the monogram. It's not too obvious because some of their monograms are very obvious. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
scream your face.
Yeah.
But this one, it looks like it's kind of like almost like a watercolor painting of some kind.
Yeah.
But then you can see the monogram like here and there across his jacket. But
Like
I
the-
don't know the shoes.
The hoodie of James Mendoza was obvious too, right? The black one with all the logos on it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
remember?
yeah. It's like almost a like it's a gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes from like
That
darker
was
to
really
lighter.
pretty actually.
Yeah, it's one of their more. So this is a really funny thing, right? So if you watched one of those Trido streams, they had a Dior, right? But it's like that similar type of style where it's that blue Dior, and it's like kind of fading, like gradient version, and 3 players on the feature table was wearing exactly that shirt because it was the current season. So they all bought it and they all wore it to the same stream, all sat on the same feature table. But the funny thing is the age range between the players was so different. There was one guy
Yeah.
that was wearing it that's 70 years old, right? There's one guy that's wearing it that's 20,
Who
you know?
wore it best?
Who wore it best, yeah. But it was just so funny that, like, yeah, everybody was wearing the same shirt.
I think actually one time 2 players wore the same dress shirt. It was Linus and somebody else.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
Like one of those fancy ones as well.
Yeah. Linus has some quite interesting shirts I've seen in the past, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like crazy kind of patterns, isn't it?
I think this one was probably on the milder side.
Okay,
of things.
okay,
But
yeah.
it was still like you can tell it's like a very high quality
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Yeah.
brand shirt, and another player had it, and I was wondering, I was like, did they mean to wear like both get this? Because it kind of feels like no, they didn't. And
Right,
they both
right,
ended up, like,
right.
You know, on the way on the airport, like
Exactly.
they were walking by, they're like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
sick shirt, I'll hit it. And it's like you're twinning accidentally with somebody else.
Yeah, because I think if you're buying the current season, and whether it's like Versace, whether it's like, because I can imagine those shirts being from Versace, yeah, you can probably definitely find someone else who end up with the same shirt.
Yeah, I think it might have been Versace as well.
Yeah. So those crazy shirts are always from Versace. We actually see a small blind, big blind, some kind of battle here, I guess. It looks like Ivan had limped the small blind. Dominic raised it up to 48. and Ivan decided to re-raise him to 140. Quick fold with a 7-4 offsuit by Dominic, and just to see Ivan had a very similar hand, and got a chuckle out of him.
Ivan's absolutely crushing. He even announced it.
Don't try to
Like
steal
when I play a
my
hand, I don't
blind.
like to talk, so
Yeah.
I'll just like count the exact round and
He's
push
just
it out.
talking.
Yeah, he just said 140.
140.
Like it
Yeah.
with a very,
Yeah.
绝对不高。
how to say, confident voice.
Confident voice, authoritative voice.
Don't steal
I feel
my
like if I did
blind.
that, my voice would break. I'd be like
I get
140,
nervous.
and I'm like, oh shit, like they know.
Anything.
You lay here under the gun with the queen
Not
jack.
doable.
Make it 25k.
So when you played a lot in the past, and let's say like when you had your best results, did you ever feel like you had to put some emphasis on also paying attention to tail, since you were mostly live pro, right? You didn't
Yeah,
play as much
yeah,
online?
yeah. No, I was definitely more live. Pretty much transitioned to pretty much playing live only. Maybe I might do the Sunday tournaments, but just due to the time difference, me being Asia, it was actually really tough for me to play any of those big field tournaments on Sundays. So yes, but at the same time, I am doing like 2 weeks of full-on tournament schedule. So I actually treat it a lot more like chill, because I feel like if I'm putting in 2 weeks of full tournament schedule, it was going to be really fun, like really tough for me to just kind of focus all the way through.
So what's the longest tournament grind you did? Was it in Vegas?
No, I've only been to Vegas like twice.
Okay. But you ever done like one full month of
No,
circuit?
no,
That's a lot.
it's a lot. Yeah, so the longest would be like a 2-week period.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. No,
Yeah, those guys that go to Vegas and they play like for 2 months straight.
I know.
everything,
I
isn't
don't.
that crazy?
I don't know how they do it.
I think some of them take a break, like they'll
But-
fly to Mexico or something.
But the problem is they're also jumping from venue to venue, because you know how WSOP there's got like other
Yeah.
tournaments running at the same time.
Yeah.
So if they bust out one, they're going over to like the wing or something playing WPT, and I'm like, wow, like how they do it, right? But they just keep going. I've seen guys who literally have a dinner break from a tournament, even make a final table, going to play cash game while they're eating dinner,
I've done well already.
and then the break finishes, and they come back and continue with their final table tournament. And I'm just like, wow, you're just living and breathing poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's just people who just love it so much, and to them, every single minute not at the poker table is wasted time.
They probably see cars going to bed in their head.
Yeah. Zhou Quan here, under the gun with pocket aces. And raise it up to 26k.
Leave with king queen with S queen, jack nine with king queen, S jack with okay.
All flips.
Yeah, all flips.
Nobody has anything so far. Very playable hands. Oh no, actually, I thought it was too low. I'm still struggling. Like, the TV is
The
this
TV is
close.
close, yeah. your eyesight's questionable, is it?
Yeah.
真的是 AA。
这拿起来看肯定是 A 嘛，要是 A 是 off 肯定是查理，肯定不拿起来看啊。
读牌精准的那个F对你的解读，
哪有解读？这不纯猜嘛？
That's Mandarin, right? That's Mandarin when they're talking.
Yeah.
要不然也用5、6做4B 了，学到了。
我没做4B，我另图
They're talking about his small blind re-raise with the 6-5 offsuit.
Ami under the gun.
It's quite a disadvantage, right, for the players that only speak English at the table, and then you have 3 players who can talk in Chinese.
Well, they say the exact hands, but I don't think they do necessarily. I think they were like kind of theorizing what somebody could have often, or at least from what I understood.
Oh no, he said that like, oh, I learned something new with your 4-bet with the 6-5, and then I was like, I didn't 4-bet with the 6-5, because it wasn't a 4-bet, because he just lived the small
Oh,
blind.
okay. Yeah, but then that means he showed.
If
no?
he snap jams, I still got it.
He did. I think after
Yeah.
Dominic folded, he turned his cards up and showed it to him. It's like, look, you know, yeah. But like we saw that Dominic had like 7-4, 4-7 right offsuit, so it was like pretty funny.
杀马也不良。
Ivan with the monster stack. Currently looking like he's definitely going to cash in this, but that's tournament poker, you never know.
You never know, yeah.
I remember I watched Dominic, I think it was a WSOP Europe events,
Yeah.
and it was a very big buy-in, like I think maybe 200 or 250k, and he had like, it was very few left, he had monster stack, and then he literally lost every single hand he was part of.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
I've been like chip leader sometimes, and then you just lose flips to short stacks. So they just shove their 10 big blinds over your raise, and you happen to have those hands to call with, and then, you know, you've got your ace jack versus pocket eights. You lose 10 big blinds. You have like pocket sevens, and then now they've got ace 10, right? Ace queen. You lose another 10 big blinds, and over and over and over again, and then before you know it, you're the short stack, right? So yeah, it can really change.
I remember he was like chip leader with very few players left, and then he ended up busting like very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, that's poker for you.
Learn Chinese.
Great flop for Jojo here. Small blind versus big blind. It does check it over to Ami. I think it is a linked. It is a linked pre hand. So check by both players. Jojo turns trip jacks now. Probably want to build a pot just a little bit. You know, want to get some value. No, gonna trap. Get his opponent to bet for him. Probably gonna take a stab, maybe. No, taking it easy. Both checked the turn.
Well, he has ace high, so he probably feels like he has
Probably good.
decent showdown
Yeah,
value. Might
good
just try
enough to
take his
show down.
Ace hand to showdown.
And
Oh wow, the final trap. Well, I guess there's three
check,
cards,
check.
He wouldn't fall to a bet.
No!
And he's like, he did not think it was that strong, right?
Yeah.
You saw his face. It's like, oh, okay, because he thought his ace five was in contention of winning the pot, but no.
And he said trapping every single step of the way.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
But you should learn Chinese. First thing, your girlfriend is Chinese. Second thing, the more VIPs and poker players from China now. So Chinese is very important.
I saw Yule is not at the table, by the way, but Ivan told Dominic you should learn Chinese.
Still,
And like, he said something about the Chinese
Sometimes you
girlfriend,
wanna
and he
have
said
fun,
all
right?
VIPs at table are Chinese. Dominic.
互相让你饭店干他。
no. I heard that as well.
Ace King of Diamonds here.
互相干嘛？
Yeah, sounds good.
I think learning a language,
Fancy jacket.
sometimes we overestimate like how it's not easy, right? But like
Yeah.
as long as you put in the work.
You put in the work, I think you can. Yeah, there's also apparently I think a lot more apps out there now,
Yeah.
especially with AI that can actually pick up what you're saying right and just help you on the spot immediately, almost
Yeah.
like having a one-on-one tutor.
That's nice.
That's pretty good. But the thing is, like, Chinese is a tough language to learn. But the thing is, if you know you have a 2-year-old that can speak it, then you must think, oh well, it can't be that hard, right? But then, yeah, it's usually get to a stage in your life where you're a little bit older, you just don't really want to learn anything new.
Maybe it's true that it's harder to learn something when you get older, but still, like,
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
doesn't mean that you can't.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes we also, we have like a misconception about this. But,
Yeah, 'cause
kids pick up stuff more easily.
Exactly. So instead of say a kid is being able to learn the same material in say 3 months, well, you can spend a year and still be able to learn it, right?
Yeah.
So yes, maybe it ends up taking you longer, but if you put in the work, you can eventually still learn it. A really good flop here for Dominic. He's got the 2 overs plus the flush draw. And Zhou Chen has gone with a bet of 21k.
Now Dominic gets to decide whether he slow plays or not. Looks like a call. So 120k in the pot. We headed to a turn. Well, that's
Wow.
a flush.
Yep. That seals it for Dominic having the best hand. Zhou Chen has no outs whatsoever. You have under the gun versus the dealer button position in this hand.
This would be a poor timing to get out of line. Checks back. 8 on the river, pairing the boards. Dominic still with better hand here.
Probably gonna be betting that river, I imagine. He probably don't think his opponent's gonna be firing that river. Is that he likes to look at his hand like multiple times. It does decide to go for a check here. Check, check. All right. That's it, Dominic.
Yeah, that was a one and done for Zolchuan. Stabbed on the flop
Yeah,
and
yeah.
gave up. Runs into it, and we've seen a lot of very trappy
What
plays.
happened
here.
if
We
he
have,
jams
we
river
have.
to you?
In spots where I thought they were gonna go for bets, but they just,
What
you
happened
know,
if he jams?
went for checks, and their opponent have checked back every time on the river.
And then he jams.
Ivan asks, what happens if he
And he
jams?
knows he finds quads again.
I love Ivan. He's like kind of grilling Dominic. He's asking him a lot of questions
he calls
and
anyways.
bantering with him.
Yeah.
You lay Jack 10 suited. Working with 30 big blinds.
Pocket aces, another big hand for Dominic here. Big blind this time.
Just thinking about how much to make it. Looks like 85,000.
Not gonna get fancy with the Jack 10. And not giving Dominic any action for those pocket aces. So that puts Dominic now second chips with 39 big blinds, just a little bit more than Zhou
他
Quan.
数学学的真好，大王全都有动作啊，就抢后卫啊。
These shoes look pretty cool. You lay?
His green ones, is it green? It looks
No,
kind of
no,
green, right? Is
I
it
thought it
green?
was like what, black and white.
Black and white?
Well, it looks like similar to his shirt a
大
little
王
bit.
全都有动作。
That
就一
style.
把大
Oh,
王
so it could be LV shoes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
搞的。
Yeah, you can see that on his shirt, like just on his sleeve there
Yeah.
and there. Yeah, but
It's more subtle with this one.
correct. And I said that's why I was like, oh, it's one of those ones that's like quite nice, where it's more subtle. It's more almost like a painting, right?
Yeah.
说的位置对。
Yeah.
要是像艾哥一样对他带节奏。
Small blind, Dominic here, ace 4. And big blind is Morangi, this hand.
We haven't seen much limping actually from Dominic.
Oh, there it is. He's limping the small blind.
Well, in
Yeah.
the small blind, that's where it would be more normal. But like
More
before,
normal.
we've seen him limp from everywhere, even with aces in the past.
I think what? So he'll limp like, say, maybe aces, right? Then he'd also limp hands like pocket fours, pocket threes, pocket twos,
Yeah.
I'd imagine, right? Just because maybe players know that if he's got aces his range, they're less likely to raise him up pre. Yeah? So, yeah. And check, check from both players on this jack high flop. So Morangi is checking back with top pair once again. I think that's what happened last time, or did he? Or was it Dominic that made a bet and he called with the king 8? That might have been the case. But yeah, a bit kind of trappy plays, you know, not straightforward where they have it, they just bet, you know. It's a lot more checking.
Now Renji really has to think on how to proceed on the turn. Puts 4 to a straight on there, still has top pair. There is now a flush draw with the spades. Looks like he's gonna fire away. And yeah, he bets small and takes it down. Dominic, that's actually the highest aggression frequency at the table, whereas Ami, who's been mostly card dead and on the short stack, been having to fold a lot on the lower end of the leaderboard here. Do you know where Yule is from exactly?
China?
Yeah, but which part?
No. I'm not so good with the cities in China.
Yeah.
Like, I know the major ones and whereabouts those are, or the province a little bit, but yeah, I can't really pick, like, I think he's told me in the past, but I don't really remember. It's not one of those ones that stick.
Interesting glasses, by the way. You can see through.
Zhou Quan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's just for the glare of the lights. I think it's quite smart because I've worn sunglasses in the past, and
So it's
yeah.
almost like driving glasses that you mostly wear not to be blinded by the sun.
Yeah, correct. You know, his ones look more like shooting, right? When you go and do like target shooting, you're using those glasses. Yeah. Zhou Quan under the gun with the ace-10 of hearts raising up to 26k, and Dominic here with the king-10 of spade.
As we've seen, he's the most aggressive player at the table. This looks like a call, okay.
Oh.
3 bets.
RNG here, small blind finds pocket queens.
What a spot.
Now, definitely not looking to just call pre-flop. He's going to have to bump it up. He wants to reduce the number of players going to the flop with him, if that ends up being the case. And then also, he is playing out of position post-flop.
35 big blinds. And he's covered by both players. Goes for 100k. Do you like the sizing here?
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard. So if you're out of position versus one opponent, I can see him making it something like 75. And then versus 2, he'll make it like 4 big blinds.
No, but I need to know what the board was before I know.
Okay.
Dream spots.
$5个。
To wake up with it.
Because I want to bad beat the other guys, not you.
Unbelievable.
Ami's saying he wants to bad beat other players than someone I don't know who he was talking to exactly.
Once in a blue moon. That would have been another one. Getting bad. But very pretty.
Pocket
Obviously
twos
not
on the
that pretty,
hijack
right?
for Ivan Zane. No, not going with it, even though he is chip leader.
It was even diamond.
It's tough because he has the most aggressive player directly to his left.
So pretty.
So although Dominic doesn't have that many chips, he's shown he's very willing to make the 3 bets, take it all the way, fire multiple barrels.
One of those cards. I had one of those cards.
And indeed, Dominic has raised up with the king 5 suited on the cutoff, and Yule has coming along
Yours wasn't suited?
with his 8-4 of diamonds in the small blind, and then Zhou Quan decided to go
King
for a
hearts
check.
again? You getting yourself in trouble
3
with the
players
king
to a
hearts
flop.
again?
Oh, nobody has hit.
Not exactly what you would call an action flop.
Yeah, but Dominic, he does have heart draws, which is good for him to continue, and yeah, I can't really see any of the players continuing with the hand
I
here.
got pocket deuce.
No.
1对2。
You didn't see what I did to him with pocket deuce. Why are you folding?
I don't want he 3 bets me on can't call.
No,
Every time I raise, I'm going to be ready to get in. Pocket deuce, I can't get in. That's why I fold.
Oh, Ivan actually said that he had pocket deuce.
He did.
And he's even
Deuce is
explaining, I
scripted,
don't
man.
want
You
to
gotta-
raise
gotta
and
push
get
I
three
said I'm
bets.
streaming, I'm not lying. Like a poker deuce, I
Is he
fold.
saying English or Chinese?
And the-
No, I
sorry?
believe you.
He's
That's
saying
why
In
I'm
English,
like,
yeah.
English, yeah.
He said, watch it on the stream, I'm
That
not
was
lying.
intense. He probably
got
had
nothing
king 10 of
there,
hearts
buddy.
there.
Was there 2 on the board?
He just tried to steal
Oh, yeah,
some
there was.
blind.
Oh, that's why he talked about it,
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
would have hit a
Right.
set, yeah.
He succeeded.
He did steal some blind.
Not your
I think
blind,
he
though, so
mentioned
it's
king
okay.
10 of
Yeah.
hearts, so he almost read you read the
Correct.
hand pretty well. Of Dominic. Or close to it. I guess really hard.
Now here, cut off, Orangey
The
with the
first
Jack
time
7 of
I played
hearts,
so many days.
looking
The
to
first
put
set
some
I
chips
was
in.
against you yesterday. The second set is here, but I just folded.
I paid you.
A little bit. A little bit.
I mean, I do think that if
Size
Ivan had raised up, I don't think Dominic would have raised with
Yeah.
the yeah. So
It's always much easier when you see the
Inappropriately.
cards, though.
exactly, yeah.
Foolishly.
Not really
It's like Dominic has already been pretty aggressive.
Yep.
So now maybe he has more incentive. Like maybe if it was like the start of the table and he think that
I should have went all
he,
in.
He wasn't sure if somebody was playing very aggressive, maybe he would open, but then after it happens a couple times, that's when
I
Yeah.
know,
you
but it would have
adjust
been
more.
I'm
And
not
here,
folding.
it would have been a good try
a
though.
raise in the cutoff with Jack 7 of hearts.
It would have been a
So
respectable
trying
effort.
in the small blind with Jack 9 offsuits.
And re-raised and taking down that pot pre.
88.
He made it 88k versus Orange's pre-flop open.
Is he maybe using his image as someone who hasn't been too active or as active as certain players?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was great timing, you know, like he just somehow picked that his opponent was going for raise with a pretty wide range.
Okay, deuce. Twist. Bottom set. Yesterday,
Man,
Gary.
waking up at
drinking,
7
I got
a.m.
I
is
got
not
pocket deuce.
smart.
I have 20 kings. Top Stella.
I
can't
thought I was
really
doing good when I
imagine
fell.
these four aces
I
there,
woke up at I think
unbelievable.
10 a.m. yesterday,
Yeah.
but back to 7 a.m. today.
Don't get me wrong. I said
I
I
was
believe him, but I can't.
You're around
I
10,
can't
like,
imagine.
Yeah,
late,
yeah, that's
he only
good.
got
That's
200
good.
left.
Especially with the stream
raised
starting a
my
little bit
big
later,
blind again.
it's smart to wake up.
There was an NBA game I wanted to see, and then like I woke up after
Yeah.
it. I saw
Oh,
it, so
you
then I tuned
finished
in
it,
pretty
yeah.
quickly.
Same hand, another gun versus the big blind. Both has king jack.
Ten
Yeah.
high flop with a straight draw here for both players.
Yep, 2 overs and a gut shot. I would love to see a queen and then just, you know, chips fly and everybody's like getting it in and then you're just like, oh, chop it up.
Dominic in position is going to bet 20k into 66 and see a pretty quick call from Ivan. What are the odds he's going to check his cards again?
Every street he has to check his whole cards again. Did
Ivan, not-
Dominic heading to WSOP2 after this?
No, I think he said he wasn't.
Oh, he said he wasn't this year. Okay.
And then Ivan asked me if he was banned.
All right.
Like the most random.
Yeah. Don't see Dominic as the kind of player that gets out of line.
And we had a bet and a snap call, if I'm saying this right? No, wait.
No, Dominic hasn't called yet. So Ivan led the
Okay.
turn into Dominic now. That's a good move. You know what I
It
mean?
feels like the deuce is more him.
Well, it's not that. I feel like it's more Dominic now has to read into him having like some kind of flopped pair. Like probably try to protect his 10, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, turn 2 pair. I mean, what kind of 2 pair would he have by having a 3 deuce? I don't know. Or he already made. Yeah, I mean, is there a chance that, say, for example, Ivan had like 10-9, but didn't raise a flop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's scared of like the backdoor flush draw. No, sorry. The flush draw was on the flop.
So Ivan being the aggressor on that turn, there is a chance he's gonna bet again on the river, and then that would award him the pot quite easily if he does.
Where the
do that, and it is a big pot, you know, because the 85k bet on that turn is pretty big, and it's built a pot of 276,000 now on the river. I'm gonna eye Dominic's remaining stack.
These spots are very hard, I find, to decide between continuing to bluff or just giving up.
It is, yeah. Yeah, because he's kind of betting on the fact that, you know, Dominic was on draw, and he was right about that. Wow, 3 time bank cards have gone in, and
He's staring him, he's almost laughing.
this hand has gotten very serious. Definitely a change of atmosphere from earlier when the two were having fun and chatting on the table.
I think he's gonna check. But after 3 time banks, still maybe seriously considering going for it. And he looks at him. Like he's almost laughing, it looks like.
There's 4 time bank chips going in on that river. Still considering whether it's better to bet or
Almost feels like he was trying to get a
check.
read from Dominic, but Dominic is just not even moving at all. It stopped breathing 2 minutes ago to stay very still.
225.
and he does go for a bet.
225, he says.
Then that should do the trick.
Oh, show it, come on.
No, I think it's too much info in that hand for him to show.
Great bluff by
哎呀
Ivan.
，wasting my.
1.3
I'm back
million.
啦！
Yeah, really, really well played.
你图里更有东西。
Ivan's bring his A game to this table.
Straight draw. You calling straight draw overboard? And turn. You got queen jack? Huh? King jack. Oh, okay.
Now, how do you not believe a guy who uses 4 time bank chips, right, and still bets out, right?
It looks like the ultimate Hollywood, for sure. And Ivan asked Dominic if he had a straight draw. Queen Jack said.
Under the gun, Marinji here
心都飘
with
出来
ace
了
10.
啊？对呀，我转牌拿多了，我多拿了一片儿。妈，
If Dominic had
自己加上去了。
had Queen Jack with the flush draw as well, would he have gone all in on turn, do you think?
打你，我不会转牌当的。
bet.
Or would it be better to just call? Because then it's like somebody retook the initiative,
Yeah.
and like if you missed, then how do you proceed?
哎呦，
Yeah, I feel like you might most likely get called versus that big bet, so it's probably safer to still just call.
我吃了一个
Alright,
盒
we're gonna
饭。
head to a break, and then we'll be right back with the rest of this final table here. We're still 6-handed. See you guys right
你不
after
是说你
this.
不吃吗？
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most advanced, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. we have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best, the richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience, online live and stream table with famous players, AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shield, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform.
Break, and you're joined by Selena and Kevin.
I have taken Mr. Merlot his spot, and we're gonna continue this 25k final table, where only the top 3 gets paid. So normally you feel very happy making it this far, but it was obviously a much smaller field. And creates a bit of a weird dynamic, right? Because these guys, they've obviously been playing with each other almost since the very beginning of the event.
Yeah. Or beginning of the Super High Roller series, really, right? Many days of, roughly the same kind of players, on these tables.
Did have 1 or 2 new players. As the blinds are 10k, 15k, we've got a Queen Jack. All in. I guess we had a mini raise from the cutoff, and Queen Jack just came over the top, and King 6 decided to call. If all of our graphics are correctly. Alright, well, we did not waste a lot of time to play a big pot immediately, and that is a big flop for King 6 of diamonds. Yes, obviously King 6 was ahead, continues to be ahead, picks up the additional outs as well with the diamonds. Somehow finds a red queen on the river. Are you joking?
Even the guy who couldn't believe it.
Wow. That was drawing to 4 outs, I believe it was. Now he did hold the Jack of diamonds, so I guess the other Jacks were still alive, but on that flop as well. Well, just like that, we lose a player, and I guess that means we're now down to 5? Or is it even 4?
It is 5. He bowed out in 6 place, and only 3 players will be getting paid on this final table, and third place will be getting 80,000.
A 某某两方面
No fear at all with that queen jack, even though king 6 was opening of a relatively shallow stacks, and there's a very good chance that you're gonna play for all of it, but apparently felt queen jack was gonna do good there, and it was close pre. On the flop it didn't feel all that close. Somehow the queen of hearts rolls off. Did see a couple of really cool hands. Had the stream open for a little bit. I love that battle of the blinds between Ivan and Dominic Nietzsche, with I think it was 6-5 offsuit and 7-4 offsuit. The 3-bet of Dominic and the monstrous 4-bet from Ivan. I thought that was kind of cool. And the smiles all around it were shared. Both players knowing exactly what was happening, but if both players know that one of them is like full of it, but the other guy is most likely full of it as well, it just favors the rich guy, because the rich guy can pull that final trigger.
Yeah, he's got the chips, right?
And the shorter guy is like, well, I don't really want to risk my tournament life here on a7-4. Queen 9 of clubs for Dominic Nietzsche has decided to open. It's not quite been the week of Dominic Nietzsche yet. We've got an ace-5 rejam over the top here in the big blind. As Yule takes it down. I feel like Yule has had an alright 10 days or 9 days at this point of the Lord Poker Tournament. We've seen him a lot at the future table. He's played some good hands. He's had some deep runs. I don't think he's too upset with how it's all gone. Dominic probably a little more frustrated. I'm sure that he was close many times, and in these tournaments you need to have a few big hands that go your way.
Yeah.
I hope for Dominic that he does manage to cash this one, because he has fallen short in a lot of the other tournaments we've been watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ivan, you know, he did have almost, I think, 7 to 8 bullets in the 15k main, but his 6th place finish actually got him back pretty much all of it.
Plus 10k, I believe, right? Something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, like a 10k profit. He had to come 6 or better to profit, which is crazy. And, you know, with the chip lead here, he could actually profit on this series after this event.
Good. Dominic, the man we were just talking about, raising it up with King 9 of 260,000 chips starting this hand. So he's got less than 20 big blinds. Ace Queen is going to 3-bet. And it's the last thing I think Dominic really wanted to see, because I kind of feel Dominic can't afford to make these calls. 40k of another 230. You're getting a good price to at least see a flop and pray for a king, pray for a couple hearts, but he doesn't have a lot to work with.
No. It kind of forces Dominic to either fold or maybe shove pre. It is really annoying stack to be seeing a flop, you know, facing a 3-bet here.
Dominic is taking a look at his opponent. How happy is this? How happy is it with a 3-bet from the button? Not sure we can pick up on much of a tell. He's going through a painful thought process. I think it's exactly what you said. It's either all in or it's fold. And Dominic decides to go all in, gets snap called, won't be very happy about that. But then kind of receives the quote-unquote good news.
Yeah.
And the bad news is we're behind. The good news is we're very live. It could have been so much worse.
Could have been so much worse. You know, imagine your opponent holding ace king. That would be terrible.
So bad news and good news within a couple seconds. So let's see if King 9 can make some magic happen. The flop, Jack 6 obviously favors Ace Queen, and the ace on the turn pretty much does it. Unfortunately for Dominic, this continues not to be his series of poker so far. As he gets eliminated in 5th place, we're losing players real quick, and that means we're now on the money bubble as top 3 gets paid. Frustrating for Dominic. Just like a lot of these hands, you need a little bit of luck, especially on final tables when the stacks become shallow. If you make a move, you hope your opponent doesn't always have it. If they do have it, they're slightly ahead. You hope to win a 40-60 from time to time. This was meant to be. Wonder if the players... do you think it's possible that these 4 would discuss like a little friendly deal for a 4th place payout? Because right now it's only top 3 that gets paid.
Yeah, like, do you think that's what they're discussing right now? Because they're all looking at that television screen. And let me translate for you.
Sure.
那勾圈这个也很关键。
对啊，
第4名35000，第1名
Alright, so they're going with
第2名少1万，第3名少1万。
So they're going with fourth place finish, a talk of 35,000.
Okay, that's sort of like a little 10k profit of the initial 25k buy-in. I think that's nice because 80k or nothing, that's obviously a really big flip for any of these guys. It's also really brutal for Dominic as he just busted. And the moment he's out, they're like, hey, so let's discuss that everyone gets paid. And he's like, oh, come on. That's just how it often goes. Especially when it's such a big
肯定不
difference,
行啊！你
right,
他妈一
between
直三单，我
fourth
感觉
and
我
third.
都不记得
0
了。
or 80k.
他又是一个有
That's
一够的。
probably the second biggest
高
jump
飞
we've seen
秒
all weekend, besides
看你要
that
翻
heads-up
我，
match
肯定就
between
弱弱
Steve
的
and
错
Song
了。
and
但你要抢我大板，我
was
只能
it-
给你拼命
who
了。
was our runner-up? James Mendoza. Like a 300k difference.
这还不推大？
9-7 of spades here for the man who's working with close to 1 million chips. So we got 2 bigger stacks and then we have 2 shorter stacks. Ivan's still having the vast majority of the chips. Did you see how he got most of his chips, or did he already enter as one of the largest stacks today?
It did say that I think Marius Gerza might have been the one giving him a lot of the chips. It didn't really talk about the hands, but it did say that I think Marius Gerza's bullets went over to Ivan.
Yeah, I walked past the table twice, 3 times yesterday, but since it wasn't the future table, it was a little bit hard to watch and didn't want to make it too awkward. But I did see Maria sitting down and playing. I was just interested in who was participating. I ran into Jungle Man in like the middle of the venue here.
I don't think he entered this event.
No, I did ask him, but it seemed like he wasn't even aware that it was happening. He's like, "Oh, is that happening?" Yeah. He's like, "Well, I might try it." Yeah,
He's one of the team pros.
He's like, "I might hop into that. I don't know."
Oh my goodness.
And I spoke to Martin Nielsen a little bit, who was so looking forward to the short deck event.
Yeah.
And he did say, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't even really play like the 20k, but he did fire 2 bullets in that one. He's like, you know, I had such a good run in the 15k main event high roller. I decided to give it a shot, but playing with the same guys again, then in the 25k, not even a day later, he's like,
Yeah.
I think I'll sit out on this one.
我们进圈儿的开 open 都开
Because
这
you
么大
could
了。
still enter on day 2, and I don't know if anybody did. There was a chance. I think somebody did. Maybe it was Mara and Jia that came and entered. But yeah, say Yule here under the gun plus under the gun with the Ace King of clubs, and Mara and Jia is gonna go ahead and defend this big blind.
All the clubs are out there. Queen 5, Ace King. A bunch of clubs would spell disaster for Mao. It is a King Jack Deuce with 1 club at the bottom. Not a whole lot to get very excited over if you're playing Queen 5 of clubs there. So I'm not expecting Renji to lose too many chips here. Uh-oh. Well, maybe I spoke too early. If this is run a club, that would be absolutely disgusting. But even just picking up this 4, now all of a sudden you feel like, oh, my Queen 5 is not even doing all that bad. Might take a stab at it. Interesting check back by Yule on that flop. Maybe it's just that he felt it was so good. Trying to let his opponent catch up a little bit. Honestly, with this turn, we probably still feel incredibly confident.
Yeah. And seeing Yule is probably gonna make a turn bet, but probably really small because you do want to keep a lot of hands in play here. Just because, you know, you have top pair, top kicker, and you're also drawing to the nuts. Oh, he
What?
sized it big? No, it can't be,
Is
right?
that correct?
Is that correct?
I highly doubt that.
No, so the graphics are gone. We're just
Yeah.
gonna double check.
I think it was very tiny.
Yeah.
I think it's exactly what you were saying.
So the pot's 95k.
I think that includes his bet already. Just the bet is not written out yet. So I think he bet around 30k.
Okay.
25.
40.
40.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. The 250
Yeah,
would make
I was like,
absolutely
wow,
no
you
sense.
just asking everything to fold now.
Call me with a set of jacks, and a set of jacks only. The 40k will get paid off, and Mao doesn't know it, but what he really does not want to see is a club on the river. It will be incredibly gross, because I'm sure he had no interest in his hand at all on the flop, and then the turn kind of piques your interest. But he gets saved a lot of chips. These are always funny moments, because in his mind he's like, yeah, never get it, never lucky, but no, a club would have been disastrous. Because then he's just paying all of it off. You lay probably wondering, what did I get called by there? Is it like a
Yeah.
jack? Is it a random 4 or a deuce? Anything is possible from the man who has just came along for the ride from the big blind.
Yeah, so you want to like size your bet here on the river, targeting those hands, and you know, for them to talk themselves into a call. I think that probably gonna see him go with a smaller bet than anything too crazy.
It's very nice though for these guys that at least they're gonna lock up something, and assuming that they've only fired one bullet, which I do think goes for most of these guys that are left. There's maybe one player that tried twice, but I think everybody else is just in for one. At least walking away with 35k, so it's a 10k profit. I think a lot of these guys have already done all right throughout the week. I think because that's something that happens a lot in minor tournaments that I've played in the past. You know, they're like, hey, do you guys want to make a friendly deal for like the bubble boy when you're literally on the stone cold bubble? But then you're talking about like, okay, everybody gives 10, 20 bucks, so at least they'll get something.
Yeah.
But 80k or nothing, like third to fourth, that's very steep. Even for these guys, I assume that's very steep. So I like that they made a very friendly deal. But the top 3 is gonna toss a couple chips towards the guy that's gonna finish fourth. Just a little brutal for Dominic, because you're not even gone yet from the set. And they're like, hey, so everyone's a winner, right? And he's like, oh, come on, guys.
He was like, it will get the white guy out, no big deal, right?
Keep it within the region, guys. Keep it.
紧一点，紧一点，紧一点，你们俩搞。
Keep the money in this, you know,
In our scene,
pool.
the little Asian scene.
Yeah. There's going to be more tournaments in the future, so, you know, watch out for those. It's pretty cool, you know, with the free roll and everything. Not a lot of tours have done that in the past. Yeah.
And it was a very bubbly start to the series, for sure. It felt like the first day there were so many tables packed and everyone walking around, and you could really kind of just feel the excitement in the room.
Yeah.
Knowing as well that for a lot of people this was a unique opportunity, and
It
they
was.
don't normally play for those kind of prize pools.
Correct. And the line for registration was actually wrapped around. Like, it was like 3, you know, yeah, it was just going around 3 times. I was like, wow, that's pretty good turnout.
Quite the flop here for 9 deuce, as we have decided to defend a 9 deuce from the big blind, flopping top and bottom pair. Renji looking down at ace jack offsuit. It's obviously not the prettiest flop, and if your opponent then decides to stick around, you get a little suspicious. It was from the small blind as well, so ace jack was kind of perhaps underrepresented. Hard to put your opponent on ace jack when it's just a little small blind, big blind action. But four-handed poker obviously changes the dynamics a lot. In general, the ranges will get a lot wider. Yule hoping that his opponent has connected perhaps with that king. He's going to fire again, but he's shipping up at a very rapid pace at this point.
你什么情况？
Winning back-to-back hands. Even if they were not monster pots,
Yo,
he's now
man.
very close to our third place, Jiu Chuan.
谁啊？
Yule has
我
a
把他淘汰
short
了，
stack
就
on
在
this
圈儿都不进
table,
啊，
but not short.
两手就给他
He is
进
still
攻了。
playing with over
让他
30
回
big
家
blinds, so nobody's really in a hurry to get their chips sawing in the middle. Pre-flop. There should be plenty of post-flop play to be had.
其实他人挺好，但是就桌上动
I
作
like
贼
this
多，
jacket of Ivan. I'm
真的
still
把全
thinking
桌
about
当
it.
鱼打。
Yeah, still considering. Yeah.
Ace jack of spades under the gun.
Do you
absolute
know what's the
monster.
cost of that jacket there?
I thought it was around like 60, 70 USD if you convert it.
Yeah.
So maybe like slightly over 100,000 Korean won, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be my guess. I mean, I've got some Korean won to work with. If I really want it, we can do it. But I actually just got a Neil jacket right before I made this trip.
Oh, damn.
I mean, this would be more of a, like a bit of a casino poker
Right,
exclusive.
this will be a poker jacket,
Yeah.
right?
I wouldn't quite wear this to the local mall.
Yeah. The good thing about this jacket is, like, it doesn't actually really look like it's a brandy of some kind. You can have, like, pocket aces, like poker, aces poker, right? So it's, like, good in that way, where it doesn't have, like, that, yeah.
9-6 suited outflops ace jack. It seems once more our overlay is struggling a little bit, but with that king, 9-6 is still good. Ace jack does obviously pick up a bunch of additional outs. already had some, had a whole bunch of outs, and now every queen is gonna give Ivan the lead as well. A very happy man, Ivan. Always smiles, always energetic. You know, like he's one of these guys that just loves being a poker player.
Yeah, just really enjoy being at the tables. Always having fun. Always happy.
No wonder we're finding aces on the river as well.
Zhou Quan is already laughing. And he's like, yeah, that's you. That's a small 25k. Juicing Zhou Quan for that little bit more. But that is not a pretty board for Zhou Quan. The run out's pretty bad for his hand.
Yeah. Flop was alright,
Yeah.
but it just got a whole lot worse with that king on the turn, the ace on the river. At this point, you're not beating a whole lot anymore after your opponent has gone bet. Yeah, he knows it as well. It does mean that he is now the shortest stack of the four. And the rich get richer. And there's Ivan up to 1.3 million. Can definitely start bullying these guys a little bit. Big pay jumps, of course, from 35k to 80k to, well, it's 100 and something. Take a little
110, I think it was from memory.
118. I guess you lose a little bit now because you have to give some money to the fourth
yeah.
place finisher.
I think they said 15k off the first, 10k and 10k.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
they set it up like that. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a very fair way of doing it.
你要相信你的读牌能力。
It's very sweet, by the way, of Ivan to agree to that deal because he really doesn't have to.
No,
And at this
no.
point, he's on pole position to potentially win it all. I know a lot
Yeah.
of things can change in poker. It's 2 all-ins and suddenly the stacks are flipped, but that's still, I think, incredibly kind.
It
'Cause
is.
he could have been hard about it, be like, oh, that's not fair, I'm willing to do it, but only if we all pay the same amount because he's got the most amount of chips at the point.
Yeah. No, I think especially like the culture, the Chinese culture, when it comes to that kind of stuff, they're all going to be really kind. Like I think when it comes to deals and everything, you know, most of the time you actually got to get the better end of the deal when like you want to win the trophy, right? So you're going to end up getting more money than what your stack is worth if you're willing to give up the trophy.
I would battle over the trophy. I'd be kind with money, but not with the trophy. I'd go to war over a trophy. 20 years we've been trying different games, poker. Not a whole lot of trophies to be proud of, but if I ever get close to another one, we're battling.
被福利打的唉声叹气了。
Take a look at Queen 10 for our second shortest stack. And under the gun open, but we have only 4 players at this table. So under the gun basically becomes the cutoff. This Mao is going to come along for the ride with his 6-3 of spades. Very few hands that you want to take a big blind flop with. Flop is a monotone board. Jack 8-6, all hearts. Honestly, that doesn't really connect with anyone. Queen 10 picks up a gutter ball, but that's about it. And then you have no idea if the 9 of hearts is even good. Kind of feel. I mean, we do have bottom pair, but I guess we can stick around for one street with bottom pair. But I'm not loving life here with 6-3 of spades.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's a spot where, yeah, there you go. Because the opponent can continue with so much, you know, cards on that turn that, yeah, you're just going to be wasting money. See your turn.
Basically praying to find another 6 or
Yeah,
like
try to
a
improve your
black
hand.
3, but there aren't many of them.
Have you had lunch today so far?
No.
No.
No, I ate something very early in the morning because I kind of woke up at an odd
Yeah.
time. So I just walked around, got some food, and I went back to bed. And didn't eat anything.
Yeah.
Saving my appetite for some Korean barbecue later today.
Oh,
That's the plan.
that's a plan. Yeah.
Ace King. What about you?
I actually had a very Chinese traditional dish, which is stir-fried egg with tomato.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds alright.
Sounds alright. Yeah, it's actually a very local dish for where I'm from, which is Shanghai. And yeah, it's quite comforting because my dad makes that at home. And you know, I kind of missing home after 2 weeks a little bit.
And how did it hold up compared to the
Pretty
home cooking?
good. I think the eggs in Jeju is really good. Yeah, I've had some really nice eggs here. We're seeing Zhou Quan betting this flop with the ace king of clubs, and Yulei not going anywhere with the queen 9 and turning that full house.
It is going to go check on the turn. The river is a 5. I mean, no, if I'm Zhou Chuan here with ace high, I'm not feeling too bad, but I'm also not feeling that good about it. And I'm like, let's bet, because what's going to call you? That you're beating.
Yeah.
But I think that Yulei is aware of it. And if he sizes this well, there's a very good chance that he will get a crying call from an ace high.
Yeah. But there's also one of those things where, for example, if he does maybe size a little bigger, it makes the opponent feel like they try to, you know, push him off a chopped pot as well, right? They could both have 2 pairs with an ace kicker. Some Starbucks being delivered. Some, looks like some lemon tea out there.
Whoever had to make that order had to go through hell, because I walked past Starbucks and there were like 12 people lined up.
Yeah, no, you ask them how long the order's going to take. They tell you it's going to be half an hour.
I was thinking of picking up a little Venti Coldro makes the call, by the way, so the 55k gets paid off, and that's a gross one for Zhou Chuan. You look down at ace king suited, 4-handed. You're loving life. Run out queen 4-4. You're loving it a little bit less. Your opponent bets 55k into you. Great bet by Yulei. Very, very well done. And I think that's exactly the story that was being told there, right? Like, you don't have it, I don't have it, we're going to chop, but I'm going to give you a painful decision to make this call. You make the call, and then you're bet against a queen's full. Great bet. Frustrating for Zhou Chuan, who's had an alright series, I'd say, right? We've seen a decent amount of him, had a couple of okay runs, but...
Yeah, no, the problem is with this re-entry tournament, you can never know how well a player has done, right? Because I was surprised, but Steven Song was actually in for like 5 bullets in the 15k.
In the 50k. The
Right.
20k was
Yeah,
one.
was one, yeah.
One and
But
done.
I actually, from reading, I didn't realize he was in for that many.
Same, to be honest, because we
Yeah.
started following his journey very early on in the tournament, and he had a lot of chips. So
Yeah.
I was incredibly surprised by that one too. I spoke with Martin Nielsen yesterday. I was like, man, what a week for Steven Song, eh?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. He's like, it's legit crazy. He's like, but he did fire quite a bit. I was like, really? Did he? Because
yeah,
I did it.
we didn't realize he
No.
did, right? Yeah.
I was like, I felt like he won the 20k on his first bullet. He's like, yeah, that one he did, and that was very good. But the 15k he was in for like 5. I was like, for real? I was like, the first time I saw him, I thought we just followed his journey forever. But
yeah.
I mean, still perfectly fine, right? He walked away with 750, put in 75, 10-1. Like, you'll take it. What a flop there, by the way, for 7-5, flopping the open-ended straight flush draw. Unfortunately, not any turn or river cards to look forward to.
Zhou Quan is currently the shortest stack on this table, but he is going to walk away with a minimum cash of 35k because the players are kind and they've agreed to, you know, put some money for 4th place finish.
Ivan seems like the kind of guy, by the way, that even if he has 97% of the chips and the other
Like,
other ones are like,
alright.
well, all right, let's do it,
Yeah.
guys. Like, a little bit for everyone. He just seems
Yeah.
very, very
Very
kind.
willing to share, very happy.
This could be it, by the way, for Zhou Chuan. As Ivan looks down at ace
Oh,
and he
okay. He
folds.
folds. No, that's actually a great turnout here for Zhou Quan when Ivan folds that card and taking down that pot uncontested pre-flop. Really good result.
Good fold by Yulei there as well, because he opens King Jack, and you might be tempted to just go for it against the other shorty, get him out of there, lock up a top 3 payout. Surprised that Ivan was not willing to gamble there, but I guess he's just really loving his chip lead. And he's like, I am very rarely good here with ace 10 when it's an open and somebody is rejamming over the top. Conservative for our chip leader, but good news for Zhou Chuan, as he will be staying alive just a little bit longer. You think he said I folded ace 10 or no?
You mean Ivan? Did
Yeah.
he say he folded? No, I don't know. But Zhou Quan goes, I feel like Dominic now. Because I think Dominic was playing with the short-ish stack, and yeah, that's pretty funny.
I mean, Dominic has been short stack basically almost any given moment. We've seen him at the future tables because he just never caught that lucky break where on his big hands he really got paid. And he could never really apply the pressure that we see chip leaders always apply.
但是
So
花样越多，
not
麻烦越多
surprised that he's calling that one out.
为什么别人开池永远都是一个频率是最大的？
花样多才可以当教练呀。你教 GTO 谁听啊？GTO 不会自己网上去查。
花样多，别人才能学到东西。
对。
They're talking about coaching poker. They say if you've got a bunch of different tricks up your sleeve, then you can be a coach. If you can teach GTO, nobody's going to learn from you because you can literally go online and find everything you need to know about it. So he's like,
Seems like good vibes all around here. As Ace-8 is going to bump it up from the small blind, and Yulei looks down at the absolute worst possible starting hand, the 7 deuce offsuit. Even though you're a bigger hater of the 3 deuce offsuit. Yeah,
well, you don't?
I prefer 3 deuce because
Oh, yeah?
I can make all the
You can make
straights.
a
Anything that's connected, I like.
and then the opponent happens to have an ace in the hand, and you can take them, you know,
The
to
thing is-
Value Town.
The problem with 7 deuce is that even if you have, let's say, 7 high, when does 7 high really come into play?
No, it does not.
为什么是
But 3 high's not going to come into play either.
No, but at least we can have straights and we have straight draws, right? We can often have a gutter ball at least, so we'll have a couple of clean outs to the second nuts. I prefer my 3 deuce. Not that I think he should have called it, don't get me wrong. It's a little loose. So we're going to open things up from ace-10 offsuit. Another 7 deuce on the big blind.
Some fast hands of poker. Players not picking up anything. We see the aggression frequency is still Zhou Quan with the chip leader having the lowest aggression frequency on this final table.
Maybe at this point just being a little more patient, waiting for the easier hands that are straightforward. Also aware, of course, that if the blinds go up one more time, the shorties really are going to have to start jamming. And I guess he just wants to make sure that he preserves his chip lead and can then make the correct calls whenever he feels like he's ahead. Ace-8 offsuit, first to act, under the gun, cut off, call it how you want it. We're going to open things up. Any ace obviously looks pretty, right? When you're four-handed, it's hard to have a better than an ace. Ivan does look down at his own ace. It's a tinier ace, but it's an ace that can make it straight. Ace of diamonds on the side of Mao. I think if Mao is aggressive, there is a good chance he's going to be able to take this one down. If nothing happens, there's a chance we end up chopping it. Ivan shows that he's got the ace. Mao showing that he's got a much prettier ace, as there were 2 diamonds on that board. I think just holding the ace of diamonds there gives you that tiny bit of
For
extra
sure.
confidence
Yeah.
to bet.
一个大王。
Still four-handed, and this 25k a buy-in. One of the last tournaments we'll be running over here at the Lord Poker Tournament Series. There is a very good chance that this is the last tournament that we'll be broadcasting. And a lot of fun this week, Selena. I feel like we've seen a lot of great hands, cool storylines. It will always be remembered as the week of Steven Song.
It's been like probably a year of Steven Song, really. Some really. Oh, and he also went really deep in the main event of WSOP. I think he finished like top 30 or something last year as well. So yeah, no, some really, really good results.
I'm picking him to win it this summer.
Yeah, and then obviously the EPT Barcelona title last year, late last year.
King 7 deuce with 2 spades.
我跟你想办法。
As Zhang is going to apply some big stack pressure. I'm going to take down a tiny one just to make sure that he doesn't lose his momentum. The beauty of having all these chips to work with has been super fun. The only thing that I wish is that if there is ever another chance to do it, then we do get to see a little bit of short deck. We get to see some PLO. I think especially commentating PLOs is really
fun,
exciting. And
yeah.
I've done it so little in my life that it's just one of these things that I can sit down, have a smile on my face, and just watch all these hands and watch
Yeah.
them draw, watch them bluff.
Actually, good news for you that PLO is like getting quite popular. in terms of tournaments too. So there's a chance you'll be seeing, like, especially I think in Europe, people are really big on PLO.
It's a beautiful game. Jack 7 of offsuit as Ivan takes down back-to-back pots. I'm so happy. He's a little bit like Steven's song right now. He's like, guys, aren't we having fun? That might be because you're sitting at 1.4 million chips and you can open a lot of hands.
Yeah.
But in his defense, he's always this smiley. You can walk into him at the restaurant at 2 a.m. and he'll be this smiley and he's excited to talk about hands that he played hours ago. Yeah, really. It's just super friendly, super nice. This look, literally, like, he starts talking about anything that happened to his day and he'll be so happy. This gives a very, very kind aura.
A pocket tens on the dealer button here. Raising into 30k.
Almost feels that at this point we're just waiting for that setup city, right? Especially if the blinds go up one more time. Very little playability in the stacks of Joe Chuan. Ooh, okay. Jack 6 of clubs does pick up the Jack high flush draw. As Mao still has pocket tens, is probably not mega afraid that Joe Chuan has an ace. But the moment you start getting called here by the shortest stack out there, the alarm bells do go off a little bit. Because if you are going up against an ace, you are already drawing very, very slim with your pocket tens. And instead it's the 4 of clubs. So the Jack high flush does get there. We are going to check. A 10 on the river would be insane. Instead it's a king. That could actually save Mao a little. 185k left in the stack of Joe Chuan. 125k in the middle. Going for a very tiny bet by the looks of it, or did he announce something else? He bet 25k, got called immediately. Maybe felt it was going to be hard to get called there by a lot of hands.
Yeah, Joe Chuan now with 22 bigs.
Betting less than 2 big blinds. Very good check back, by the way, on the turn, of course, there by Mao. Now, it does make sense, because when the short stack does call you on an ace-high board, and then also the flush gets there on the turn, it's like, there's not a lot of hands that he is continuing with on this flop that I was beating, and then I'm still beating.
Yeah.
So it's a smart check back, but it's a check back that saved him a lot of chips. We'll probably have a break as well by the time that we get to the heads-up part of this 25k tournament. And I have the feeling that we will play all the way up to that heads-up break. Because I don't think like the regular break is like an hour and a bit away.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can survive that long with 4 players. Even though there are really big pay jumps, and they can obviously play it in a very cautious way. It kind of feels that some of the setups are going to be inevitable. Did you have a chance to talk to Yulei at all this week?
Briefly, I think this is when he was at the registration desk.
Okay.
Yeah, because I actually happened to be on the same flight, same bus, same train as them, a group of them, when they were going to the WSOP Paradise event stop. We were all traveling to America. Yeah, so we just all happened to be going to the airport together and everything. Yeah, he told me that he's got a kid at home, but he only gets to be home like 2 months out of the year just because of all the poker stops he's doing.
No.
So he's actually flying straight from here to Vegas for the WSOP.
Is it already starting soon?
Yeah,
That soon?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think beginning of June or something. Maybe even it could have started late May. Maybe is the first event or 2.
It's a shame that my summer is so fully booked, because I was also really praying of. It's not like I'm gonna sit there for weeks and play every single event, but as a casual poker player, it's really cool to sign up for some of the smaller ones. Maybe with a large field, just to try to have a bit of a run. But
Oh yeah, 27th of May it
so that is
starts.
6 days. And you know, I guess
It takes a while to get there.
true. And I guess hell on earth for you would be being in Vegas for 6 weeks straight, playing in every single thing.
Yeah,
Is that the
no.
worst thing they could ever make you do, Selena?
Yeah, no, I'm at that point in time where that is not on my top of my to-do list. Yeah, no.
9-8 against Ace Jack as Zhou Chuan has made a middle pair. And goes for a very tiny bet. There isn't really a whole lot for you late to get excited over here on this board. 9-8 obviously a pretty hand to defend the big blind with, but if the flop comes King Jack 4. Unlike Zhou Chuan wanted to show the hand, he's like, I ain't showing. He's gonna pretend that I'm winning all these spots with absolutely nothing.
他只是告诉我他有东西。刷一下，刷一下，太慢了。
You guys are also very isolated. I feel like anything is far away in general for Australians.
Oh my god. No, but it's just not just that. It is also the fact that when you're from Melbourne,
Yeah,
it
so
takes
you're
you
all the way
6
at the bottom.
Yeah, so it takes you 6 hours to get out of Australia.
Yeah.
That is a problem, you know. And yeah, you're never looking forward to really flying anywhere.
No, I did it once, flying from the Netherlands to Australia, and I had a really good time. The people were so nice, and I love visiting Crown Casino, and I played some poker there too. But that is not a trip that I'm casually making again. Like, it has to be a really good business opportunity. Am I willing to do that?
Yeah.
And when I met my girlfriend as well, she's like, I want to go to Australia one day. And I was like, well, good luck, but your man ain't going. Like, I can't do that. So we've got Ace King for Zhou Chuan, who's definitely picking up some hands now. Short a stack of the 4 for a little while. And we've gone from Ace Jack to Ace King. And what a moment to wake up with Ace King.
Well, you know, for a lot of the players on this table, they're complaining what a stack he's got now because he was a lot shorter before.
Yeah, he was at 200 something K.
Exactly, and making this call much easier, but faced with a 410,000 shove, you know, it's a lot harder for them to call with these hands.
3比9。
I guess like the best places for you guys to travel to, and let's say there would be something exciting, is maybe like Singapore-ish, but even that is one hell of a flight.
Yeah, it would
already.
be New Zealand.
Yeah, okay, New Zealand, yeah, but that's basically
And then maybe
that's your backyard, like that doesn't count.
And then it would be maybe Fiji, Bali is all right.
Yeah, Indonesia is close.
Yeah, and then otherwise it'd be Antarctica.
How far is Manila of a flight for you guys? Because there is some poker happening in Manila.
No, it's pretty much still far.
That's why?
It's still far. I think it's like that's reaching, I think 8, 9 hours.
Yeah, that's a real journey already. Like, it's crazy, but for instance, when I live in Rotterdam, so I drive 1 hour to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and I have like a 6-hour flight to New York. Well, you would think that Netherlands to America, that's a big trip as well, but it's like 6 hours and a little bit. And
crap, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Like Vegas is a bit
Go watch
further.
the Broadway.
Vegas is further. Like obviously LA is a long flight because you have to go all the way to the other side. But like nothing is further away than Australia. Australia is just the absolute worst.
搞他一口就行了。
你搞吧，哎，老让我。
And indeed, what you say is like Australia is so freaking big, and then Melbourne is all the way in the bottom right. It's like, why couldn't you guys just do something on the top left side of Australia? So at least we save an additional 4 hours. King 6 offsuit for Ivan. Flops best here. Yes, there's not a whole lot happening for the Queen 9 of Zhou Chuan, but he's on a bit of a run. So he's going to try to take this one away with a bet of 1 big blind. Ivan not going anywhere. Actually locks it up already with that 4 on the turn. And that's something we know. That's not something Ivan necessarily knows. But I do think he's feeling pretty good about it. Like top pair, 4-handed, small blind against big blind. Like you're loving your life here with King 6.
徒弟吃。
被你徒弟打死了。
Takes it down. We're still with 4. I gotta say, like we dropped 2 players incredibly quick after the break, but these 4 they've been battling it out for a little while. And the stacks, honestly, they're kind of just getting closer to each other.
Exactly. I think that, you know, because of the event being at 25k, buying the blind levels are relatively good, slow, and no crazy big jumps and stuff. So, yeah, they could be here for a little while. Oh, this is also a 10k, 15k level too, right? It's not just 10k and 20k, you know? Yeah, so...
Uh-oh. King 10 of diamonds is a very pretty hand to look at when you're 4-handed at a final table. But Zhou Chuan, who's really getting hit by the deck in his face at the moment. It is Ace Jack into Ace King into Ace 10. It's got his neighbor crushed here as he makes the 3-bet to 80k. Ivan, actually a very pretty hand as well, looks down at the queen 10 of clubs. But frustrating to play queen 10 here when you have an open and a raise before you, four-handed. Suddenly makes your queen 10 shrink into a very mediocre hand. He can afford a call. The problem is he's not closing the action. Queen 6 is going to let it go. I do think king 10 is going to toss in the 50k.
Yeah, I mean, it's one marginal hand and playing out of position. I can understand the fault there.
I can understand it as well. You're getting like 4-1 pot odds. It's suited. Like if it's offsuit, okay, it's an easy fold. It's an easy open because it's still a good hand to open, four-handed. But I'd say it's an easy fold. So it's suited there. Honestly, I think I'd be very, very tempted to toss in the chips. But yeah, it's a difficult hand to play out of position because even if you pair your king, you don't really know if you're good. If you would have paired his 10, you might think you're good, but in this case, you would have actually been crushed. 2-1, every single hand at this point is playable for this man. No wonder he's chipping up.
Yeah, you know, no longer the shortest stack at the table soon.
Earlier said that he felt like Dominic Nietzsche. Well, I can guarantee you that Dominic Nietzsche did not have a run of cards like this because I've been watching Dominic for a while. And Dominic had to battle for every single pot and very rarely was able to win a bunch of hands in a row. Yule is going to make the call here with the Jack-8 offsuit in the big blind, and we're off to take a flop. Flop is a 7-7-6. It's a decent flop for pocket fives. There's a good chance that the Jack-8. Let's stick around. Players are having all the fun now. Joe Chuan probably not wondering, not sure what's happening. He's like, I'm just winning everything. He's almost second in chips now. Mo's like, man, leave some for the rest of us. If you would have like a list of who won the last 10 hands, like 8 of them have gone to Joe Chuan. He's just winning everything.
只有第三、第四个可能的，就没有第一、第二个可能。他说的不是我说的。不是你们俩聊得挺嗨嘛？你们俩。马亮，这个是你们。
So Ivan and Marin just talking about who's taking first and second, and Yule is like, "You guys talk like there is no chance for me and Zhou Chuan to come anything better than third or fourth." And yeah.
At this point, I'm really starting to believe in the magical run of Joe Chuan here. And his chip stack is very close to the one of Mao. Like, that's as close as it gets. Ace, a Jack, a 6. Once more, an all-hard flop. Jack 4 flops middle pair. Jack 10 flops middle pair, but obviously with a better kicker. This is a scary board. Basically, after a bet and a call, I do expect things to slow down on most turn cards. That might not be one of them. Because I think they're both still feeling pretty fond of their 10. Or of their Jack, excuse me. No guarantee that the 10 kicker is going to play on the river. Actually, it won't play at all, sorry. Because the Jack, Jack, 6-6 ace. Lets it go. Joe Chuan wins another one. He's second in chips now.
Wow. Definitely a turn of events. I had like 17, you said? Big blind, right? 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, he
like
was
that.
never mega short,
No.
but he was falling into the 200 and let's say 50,000 chip mark at one point. And big blind was, I think, probably around 15k at that point. So, yeah, let's say 16, 17 bigs at one point at his absolute shortest. But he's just gone on a bit of a heater. Did not get a full double, just a lot of little pots, tiny bets, getting some extra value here and there as well.
刚10几秒没放没。
Ooh,
Queens
fireworks.
now, yeah, Yule, yeah.
I've enjoyed watching Yule play poker as well this week. Seems very in control of his emotions. He's very composed. It's very hard for anybody to get a read on that man. Joe Chuan looks down at sixes. This is not the moment to be a hero. Ivan, let's go of the 7-5, but ace 8 of hearts. There's a very good chance. It is a lot. 60k extra. You'll be playing for 230. It's a suited ace in a four-handed game.
Yeah, he's made it relatively big with that 3-bet.
This man was forced to let go of his suited king 10 earlier. He's gonna let go of the suited ace 8 as well.
我翻盘前我领先，我 fold。
It's, Renji is really on a bit of a downswing at this point, because a while ago we were talking about the 2 big stacks and the 2 shorter stacks. Well, there is 1 big stack left, and the other 3. None of them short,
不知道你是
but all 3 middling stacks.
对的，对的就把 B
不
Q
像加的。
那你别抢我，那提醒你了吧？你还要抢我。
Are you a fan of Korean barbecue, Sunil?
Yes, it's okay. It's not bad. I mean, I've cut down a lot of red meats, especially if it's kind of on the fattier end of things. But yeah, I think Korean barbecue. I'm
Once
still
in a
okay.
while.
Once in a while,
You have to
exactly.
live a little, Selena.
You do.
Ace King offsuit for the man who just woke up with queens. So we're going from queens to ace king offsuit. A lot of these guys, but they're picking up real hands in this 4-handed game. I'm so used to people just being omega carded in 4-handed stuff, and then like
Yeah.
ace jack already feels like the absolute nuts. But you know, like a lot of ace kings, queens, tens. King 5 of clubs is gonna make the call from the big blind. Not a lot to get excited over there outside of the backdoor club flush draw. Yulei has kind of flopped the world for a 4-handed game. Very tiny bet, maybe 25 at best.
黄毛一
There
把
you
都
go,
没中
30.
过，
35.
中个发个 A
A little too much. Too much for Renji, who's now the shortest. And a little while ago, created quite some distance between him and Zhou Chuan and Yulei.
所以要坑
He's
你
now
了。
the shortest. But he does still have 26 big blinds. 1 double to Ivan, and he literally has more chips than Ivan. So
Yeah, for sure.
刚才
it's
你们
still
俩在
close.
谈第一、第二这种，听着都上头。
We're not talking about James Mendoza levels of comebacks needed yet to turn this into something.
好像是实力跟不上
We。do have a dealer change.
刚才筹码都差不多。
It's funny because when I walk around here in the casino, sometimes I see the dealers that we've been looking at for hours. And in a weird way, I almost like want to say hi, you
Yeah,
know? where
like
it's
you know them.
I was like, hi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they look at me, who is this weirdo?
Right, like I've never seen him in my entire life.
It's like, I made eye contact with one of the dealers. I was like, hi. And I could see she was nice, but she was like, what the hell? But it's like, yeah, I saw you deal like 8 hours, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this is too complicated to explain. I'm going to move on. I'll just take the in real life loss. And it is what it is. It's like, I feel like we became friends with these guys, even though they haven't seen us once. Because they're kind of hiding us in the back of the casino.
主要说不进去，其实就暗暗的偷，偶尔抢个盲。
反正我大忙的啥没把这个。
Still 4-handed here in potentially the last tournament that we will be covering here. Live from Jeju, South Korea. This is our 9th day of watching poker. I'll say for me it kind of flew by. The beginning was a little bit bumpy and obviously things were chaotic and the TV was way too far away, but once the setup for us became a little bit closer,
也是。
I have truly enjoyed it. From time to time it was a bit difficult figuring out what was happening.
第四名，
I loved watching the 15K final table in particular. That was probably the highlight.
50%。
But we've seen great poker throughout the entire week.
就是艾文的码嘛。
And a lot of these characters made good impressions on me. Excited to follow their journey
老外不给让我们打
in
掉
the
了，
upcoming years in the world of
这
poker.
就还给你也打掉。
As we have Ivan opening things up with King Deuce of clubs, making it 40K.
你奖金你家再分2万。
Yulei looks down at Ace King offsuit in the small blind. I'm legit surprised by the big hands that these guys are getting.
Yeah.
And I know they're not getting paid, like it's not full doubles, but I feel so often when you see this kind of a dynamic, everyone feels very card dead and is forced to play a lot of weaker holdings, but they keep on getting premiums. Just announces the all-in. Damn. What do you make of this play, Selena? We have the chip leader opening, and Yulei, Ace King offsuit, just announces all in. Is he just hoping that like he's making this look weak, and that Ivan is gonna go for a much looser call than he normally would?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just hoping either here may have picked up, say, like possibly an ace jack, ace queen that might be able to call him with, but it is such a, it is such a, you know, re-raise all in. You know, for some of these guys, if you make a 3-bet, there's a chance that they might read into it being stronger than just a shove.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
that's exactly the play there, right?
And then also there's a chance that because you lays in the small blind, if he makes a 3-bet, Ivan might come along with his big stack and see a flop with him. And with a hand like Ace King, well, you still do need to, you know, connect with the flops and so forth.
I do like that, and I believe that's important to mix in your play, because you can't always only be 3-betting your premium holdings and then shoving your weaker holdings. So
Yeah, exactly.
by balancing your play out a little bit there, it looks crazy because you're like, whoa, that's a lot with Ace King, but as long as you don't do this 9 out of 10 times, I do think it's a cool play.
Yeah.
You can see that it confused Ivan a little bit as well. Like, where the hell did that come from? Like, we haven't been doing this. Like, you guys have just been raising, we've been seeing some flops. Because if I was Ivan there, that screams to me like it's pocket 4s, 5s, 6s that just wants to take down the blinds in my opening.
Yeah.
Check 10, 9, 8. Together. They almost have the straight already. And with the 7, they would have completed it immediately. It's a very long straight.
Yeah, the 7, the queen. That's a 6-card straight.
No one really connects what it is. Joe Chuano is going to bet 20k because he's on a bit of a heater. You do have the call. That's a very spicy turn card because now 9-8 has an open-ended straight draw. And we picked up the 9-high flush draw as well. It's going to go check, check. And 9-8 drills the straight on the river. Joe Chuan at this point just can't lose. How much is the bet? I think I'm very tempted to call here with Jack 10. It's a bit of a gnarly spot for Ivan, but with the way that this hand has played out, to me I'd say this is a call, Selena. It sucks, and I'd be wrong, but I don't really see how you normally fold this with the way that it went check, check on the turn as well. Very tiny bet on the flop, check, check on the turn. I'd be pretty confident that my Jack 10 is best here. I'm looking forward to the reactions of the rest of the table. If Ivan does make this call, I'll probably be thinking, what on earth is Joe Chuan cooking over here? Why can't this man lose a hand? Tosses in a time bank chip. So he's really going over it. It is less than 2 big blinds. So it's definitely not the most significant decision that Ivan is going to make at this final table. Goes to show, but he does care. This man does look a little too happy and confident, doesn't he? Did he make the call? Oh, he folded, man. That's a really good fold. With that going like tiny bet on the flop and just calling, you make second pair on the turn. It goes check, check. And on the river, what feels like an insignificant 6 rolls off. Bigger bet, getting away from Jack 10 there is impressive. I guess that's why Ivan, even though he's a happy man who does fire away a little bit from time to time, he's also one of the stronger players in this region, and that is why he is chip leading. It's 25k. I find that an impressive fold. Still four-handed. We dropped at 2 players very quick after our last break. And I kind of thought that we were not even going to make it to the next break without having the final, or the heads-up break for us. It's not the final table break, but the heads-up break. But it does seem like we're actually going to make that. These guys have really taken their time. They're all doing a good job in staying alive. Nobody is crazy short. What is absolutely happening, though, is that Joe Chuan is on a bit of a heater, as he now finds the pocket 9s. And we do have Renji coming along for the ride with the 9-8 offsuit from the big blind. So Renji is now our shortest stack. That's a pretty annoying flop for Joe Chuan. It's a flop that Renji might look at and be like, perhaps I can turn this into my hand. As Renji is looking for a queen or an 8, excuse me, queen or a 7 to make this straight. Check again. You're absolutely hating this board with pocket 9s. Judge One probably wondering, what on earth am I still ahead against? Tough spot.
Yeah.
He's going to check it back on the turn as well. The river is a bit of an irrelevant 5. That should be a brick. Unless somehow the big blind was coming along for the ride with deuce 3. That fabled deuce 3 that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, gets there. And RNG can only win this hand if he decides to bet.
Yeah, facing any bet here would be incredibly annoying for Judge One.
这场没有。
But he does decide to check, and that means that Judge One is going to win another one. He was ready to fold his 9s there, thinking they'd be no good.
这么大，
But they were good, despite the fact that there were 3 overcards on that board. 710,000. What an hour of power poker by Judge One. He's absolutely picking up the hands, but playing well. Been getting a decent amount of value out of most of the hands that he's picked up. And doing that, like, going from 200k to 700k is nothing crazy, but doing it without a single full double,
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive, because he's just getting tiny victory after tiny victory. It's adding up real quick.
实质都有点不好说，实施我3呢，说不定就推了。
9 deuce offsuit under the gun. This one is not gonna go Judge One's way. Ivan's been a little quiet in the last hour. Just not really picking up a lot of hands. Did make that great fold with Jack 10, even if it wasn't the biggest spot. Found it an impressive one. It's been the worst for this man, as he came into this hour as the second biggest stack, with actually quite a large advantage over stack 3 and 4. Mao Renji is now the shortest one.
Yeah, just a bunch of like, you know, small medium pots here and there.
Opening a few times, getting 3-bet, being forced to fold. It adds up. A6-4 Rainbow. Not the best flop for either of these guys, but not the worst for 8-7. If you make an 8 or a 7, you have a second pair, and with a 5, you make the nuts. And at this point, all 4 5s would give you the stone cold nuts. So pretty comfortable for Mao Renji to bet. And he's going to take it down. That's nice for him. Wins a very tiny pot. Blind level has increased a while ago, as we're now playing the 10k, 20k level. So small blind stayed the same, but the big blind got bigger. Especially after they made a deal for the 4th place, at least walking away with 35k as well. I really thought that chips would be flying in a little bit more. But
Yeah, you know, but you know, everybody is wanting to bring a trophy home if they can. Maybe except you, Lacey, since you're heading straight to the World Series Poker.
it's like I can do it. I mean, you can just ask them to maybe send it to his home, right?
Yeah, like post it back home.
Yeah. It's like deducted from my prize money, guys. It's all right.
这把再射我，
King 5 of clubs is going to take 1 down.
他又想射我，他拿马了。
Ivan not able to quite dominate in the last 45 minutes, but he's still preserving his chip lead. He's still by far and away the biggest stack on this table. And he's picking up his tiny pots. Hasn't won anything big, hasn't been able to get anybody to fold any of their strong holdings. But he's not chipping down. He's alright with it.
这翻倍了，
Yeah.
换个那个位置坐。看看，
都说了，我的商店已经关门喽，请你去找别人翻倍合体一下，我这肯定是找不着了。我推出来基本上你们就两高。
He's saying that he's closed shop, so if you're looking to double up, it's not going to come from him. You have to find a different customer. I was like, if I'm calling you, I'm ahead.
A6 of diamonds for Judge One is gonna at least come along for the ride. A bit of a trappy play, because A6 obviously very strong. Small blind against big blind. Ivan looks down at Queen Jack suited. I think he has bumped it up a little bit, maybe to 30. Wow, to 70. No blinds have gone up, but that is a lot. Do you think there is a world where Joe Chuan comes over the top right now and announces all in? It would be crazy, scary.
Yeah.
But he has obviously underrepresented the strength of his hand with the ace-6 of diamonds by
Correct.
just limping.
But then also he has to consider the fact that he is second in chips now,
Yeah.
and that is a big risk to take.
Mm.
And opts to fold, and I was like, "You folded that?"
Yeah, exactly. That was the smile of wow.
Yeah.
You folded that. I thought you'd be a bit weaker than that. My Queen Jack of clubs against ace-6. Obviously, it runs pretty close, but ace-6 is ahead there.
你知道吗？我现在有多高了吗？
Maybe it's that little speech that he just had
Yeah.
that actually led to that fold too.
黑六 all in 了。
Telling them that he has closed shop, and if they're looking for a double, they have to go elsewhere. Because if they're battling with our chip leader, they're going to be behind. Well, that might have something to do there with Joe Chuan letting go of the suited ace. Small blind against big blind.
肯定比你小的呀，比你大不是输给你了。
但我的牌是肯定要开直的。
啊，那也没啥问题。
I like watching these four play. Seems like they just have a good time with each other. I'm sure that it ain't their first rodeo, and they have a lot of experience on the table, probably off the table as well. As they're all from the same region.
或者是 K 圈。
And none of these guys, I think, are new to this tournament scene. Smile Renji is forced to let go of another big blind. 8 deuce offsuit, obviously very unflattering. In the past, Selena, when you would go to a week of poker, like a series like the Lord Poker Tournament, but then the equivalent of your days, would you also feel like mentally a bit out of it at day 8, 9, 10, or were you pretty good in just staying energetic and sharp throughout the entire series?
No, I have issue with. It's also the fact that yes, socially you might think I'm quite extroverted, but it's actually not the case. It drains me a lot. So being, team pro, having to chat the table and everything, it actually took a lot out of me. And after 2 weeks, I literally just would not want to talk to anyone for like a month after that, right? While I'm playing, there are times where I'm like not wanting to get out of bed for an event just because I'm like, I'm really tired.
You're just done with it.
Exactly, yeah. Just mentally, emotionally, just everything, it does take you on quite a journey.
It's a roller coaster of emotions throughout the entire day, and
Yeah.
indeed, like the socializing aspect of these events, it's not even just when you're playing, because playing is already intense in its
It
own
is.
way, but it's all the hours before the playing, because you always run into people, and you want to be kind, and you want to have a little chitty chat as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to give off the impression that,
Yeah.
you're a diva, they're not
correct.
worthy
Like,
of your time. so-
Yeah, like you want to be approachable, right?
Yeah.
And, players, always looking to ask you questions, talk about their bad beat stories, ask about if they played a hand correctly or not, and especially during the breaks and everything, they look for you.
And the break is never a break.
No, it's never a break. And you sometimes jokingly say, hey, all right, I'm going to put up a bad beat booth during the break time, and then if you guys want to talk to me about bad beats, well, you're going to have to pay for it.
我今天刚上。
上桌的时候给的多是吧？
Ivan looks down at 5-3 of diamonds under the gun. Surprised, honestly, that he does not want to open this as the big chip leader. And it's not that he's been opening crazy much, but I kind of like 5-3 suited there.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's also because he's been played back at a little bit, hasn't he? Kinda
I feel like
he's
it hasn't been
played
too bad. Like once or twice, but
back. Yeah.
very little. In the end, it comes down to our small blind, Iule, who's going to open things up with the Jack 8, and Joe Chuan is going to let go of 7-5 offsuit.
造访天罡。
I feel like it hasn't been that bad, but it's also, I think in particular, because Ivan, let's say when he's under the gun, right in the cutoff here, ever since they started the four-handed dynamic, how many times has he truly opened? Not more than 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5 times. So I feel like most of his openings will still get some respect. And clearly, none of these guys wants to finish fourth. There are big pay jumps. This was a 25K. Fourth place finisher will walk away with $35,000. If we make it second, now obviously we do get a tiny bit less because we have to donate something. It was 10K, right, of the third place prize pool? That goes to the fourth place?
No, 35K.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but like 15k of the winner, 10k,
Yeah.
10k.
That's correct.
So if you finish third, you don't get 80k, but you get
You
70k.
get 70k. That's
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
And if you finish second, you get 108 instead of 118.
司马
And winning this event will net you 162,000 American dollars.
保险柜啊啊！
对呀，肯定
Random
保险
question,
柜啊
is。the American dollar the most valuable of
听过有一
all
种
the
打法
dollars?
叫
Or
你
do you
一石
think there
流
is a dollar out
一
there
石
that's
流
more
不
valuable than
我
the
就不能
American
跟你
one?
一石流，
Like
没
in
有
1
那
to
个
1
那死绝对
ratio?
不跟你们搞啊！你们爱咋咋地，
You
你
mean
们可以互相
isn't
补
the
撞，不要搞
pound
我。
stronger?
No, yeah, but the pound is not a dollar. The pound is a pound.
Oh.
Because a lot of nations have the
They-
currency of
right,
the dollar.
Of the dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they say dollar.
Yeah. I mean, the euro is stronger
和
too.
我位置
Not
Yeah,
by
yeah,
a whole
correct.
lot, but
Yeah.
it's stronger.
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
GR 那庄位那动
I
不
don't
动
think
开
so
我
either, but
不几乎
I
把把
don't
人
look
开
it up.
开了，反正只有一把没过。
Maybe if it was a really small country. Small blind here. Ivan Zane picks up ace queen. And gotta look to raise it up.
有点诚意啊，
Makes a 70k pre.
有点诚意，开7万有点诚意。
拿错了，本来想打5万5，
拿错了，拿5万5万给你推了。
王老师现在这个马量，我应该是闭眼出了。
那人家20多个大盲呢。
20几个
很
大盲
多的。
我这个牌力支持30个大盲以下，我
Because
Ball
we
would
find
see
it easy. Maybe ChatGPT would help me with that, but I'm not very good with
别
the
让我轻
AI
易
stuff
翻倍，
yet.
我真的
Need to work on my AI game. And the Hong Kong dollar is not very well. It's obviously it could be strong, but the numbers are very high, right? There's so many zeros being added to everything.
Yeah.
我跟你
Seems
打
to
完
be
我
a
就包
A lot of the Asian countries are very fond of that because you go to Japan and the yen and everything is thousands of yen, which doesn't mean anything.
那么得
Yeah.
You
写
go here to Korea, everything is thousands of won.
Yeah, so I think 1,000 is like 80 cents, right?
In Japan, you
No,
mean?
here.
Yes,
No,
a little bit less
the
than 70.
Yeah. Here you lay the big blind with pocket sixes. Ooh,
Ooh.
versus Ivan Zane's ace-6.
Imagine if an ace would have rolled off as well.
Yeah, Yulei does make a set of sixes, and he's checked it over to Ivan Zane, who is going to bet with his middle pair. Not a big bet, just 30k into 120.
It's always hard to hide your smile while you're sitting on a set and your opponent is betting into you. Even if it's tiny, the 1.5 big blind, you just love it.
I'm going with the raise of 85k. Let's see how Ivan, thinks about this. Does make a call.
Drawing close to that. Only running aces are going to save him here. The 10 is no good, and that means that ELA has already locked up this hand. Surprising, by the way, that he went for the check raise there on the flop, and
yeah,
he
'cause
actually got called.
Because the board is pretty dry, and usually that does signify a pretty big hand. Yulei is probably looking to continue betting here.
I wouldn't go too big, right? You really want to price your opponent in. There's 280k in the middle already. This is, on the turn, already one of the bigger pots we've seen in the last hour of this final table of the 25k. Over here, live from Jeju, South
no.
Korea, and he goes for the check.
He goes for the check. After being check raised on the flop, I don't know if Ivan will bet for him on this turn.
I don't expect it. I think he will take his time. If he does bet, it will be the first misstep we've seen Ivan made in a long time, but he is going to check back. Pot is already big enough, right? And the river is a 5 of clubs. Doesn't really change a whole lot. 3-4 gets there, but that's about it. There shouldn't be too many 3-4s here. And now Yule is probably wondering how strong is Ivan's holding. He's probably expecting Ivan to have a queen here, right? Because you're not really putting him on a 6.
Yeah.
And with a deuce, I'm not sure if we come along for the right. Could also be a busted draw, but there weren't too many draws on that flop to begin with. So he's probably targeting a queen and hoping it's a strong queen with a good kicker.
And he's bet 95,000 now. And Ivan didn't make a quick call on the river. I'm very happy to see this news of Yulei having such a strong hand, and that actually propels Yule into the
人
second
家转牌 check raise 说我因为我
spot
不给你这
with
机会
45 big
我
blinds
了
on this table.
And he is smiling. Ivan did show that he had a 6 as well.
转牌我打你，你 fall
Who
了，我
knows?
肯定不
How
打你
can he
了。
find in that case a 6?
还能有这种牌？我靠，我
Yule really getting rewarded there for that check raise. That is a play that I feel not a lot of people would make. Four-handed final table. When you flop that strong, when you flop a set of 6s, obviously a lot of players will tell you that you shouldn't be check raising there because you can scare your opponents away and
也走的差不
you
多
miss
了
out
我
on
跟你说
value when you have such a strong holding. I mean, even at the flop, he had 99% to lock this one up. But gets rewarded for his check raise. And that really, I guess, has to do once more with him balancing out his plays. Earlier, he suddenly shoved, right? So he's just making himself very unpredictable for the other 3 players at his table. Ivan is still the chip leader. It could have been a lot worse, but he does know that he got taken to Value Town there by the set of 6s.
Marinji here has King 10 suited. Just gonna shove it in over Ivan's pre-flop raise. That's a lot more than Ivan wants to see. And folds. I think Ivan's on a mini tilt right now. Yeah, because I've now seen him raise that wide this whole entire final table.
Just to get one back quickly after you did get taken to Value Town, and now you do get jammed on immediately. 21 big blinds, obviously way too much to ever consider calling. And he's alright. Sometimes all you have to do is look down at your chips and you look around and you're like, if this is tilt, it's pretty good. Yeah, still the chip leader. Did end up losing 400k, especially after he made such a disciplined fold earlier with the Jack 10, which I feel almost everybody would have paid off, especially with the way that the board ran out. Maybe just kicking himself a little for paying off that much in this hand when his opponent had a set. I mean, that was like around 30 minutes ago, so he can soon take a look at the stream and he can feel a lot better about himself, knowing that the Jack 10 fold was actually correct. As you, was against Yule as well. Drilled a straight in that hand with the 6 on the river.
Now Zhou Chuan gonna be limping the 8-7 clubs in the small blind. And Ivan quickly checks the big blind option.
I like Joe Chuan's glasses, by the way. I need to find those. 8-7 middle pair for Joe Chuan as Ivan flopped a top pair. But it is a monotone board, all diamonds, and both players are holding black cards. The turn is a 3. That doesn't really change a whole lot. The Jack of Ivan was in the lead and continues to lead. Ooh, the river is the king of diamonds. But it's going to go check, check real quick between these two. And it is Ivan who will win a little one. And extends his lead. Now Judge 1, by the way, is the shortest one again. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's not by a lot, right? There's no difference at all. It's 26 bigs against 26 bigs. But it's still funny because he really was on a bit of a run.
It's just for not playing hands, right? It's just because it's four-handed on the table and if you know, don't get any hands to play for a couple rounds, yeah.
2 orbits goes real quick and you pay a big blind, you pay the ante, you pay the small blinds. And then especially if some of the other shorties win a few chips from the chip leader. Suddenly in 4th again. 35k for 4th place, a 70k for 3rd.
我这牌打真鱼可。
Silly question that I don't know if any poker players ever care about, but for instance, the Hand and Mob, right, is a website where people keep track of all the tournament cashes.
Yeah.
Since this is now technically not an official cash, because only the top 3 gets paid, will it still be written down as like, he got 35k for 4th on their profile? Or do you think that that would never be listed and it would just be listed as 70k for 3rd and 0 for 4th?
No, I think I've seen it being listed with like a little asterisk next
A little
to it.
asterisk, yeah.
And then it goes on to explain that there was like
A deal.
You know, a deal, yeah. So similar to say when players chop.
Mm-hmm. All right, just curious. Jack 10 under the gun. Jack 10 suited even has opened things up, but Joe Chuan looks down at Queen Jack offsuit and he has put in a sizable 3-bet for a quarter of his stack. You later can afford the call, and it is a pretty hand to see a flop with. Unfortunately for Yule, he's facing one of the few hands you really don't want to face when you're playing Jack 10 suited. And that is Queen Jack. Outpipped by 1. would be playing this hand out of position, and that's also not very appealing, especially not with a hand that very often will turn into a drawing hand. Zhou Chuan wins one, and now he will put himself third again on our leaderboard. What a battle! Honestly, what a fun battle between these four. We lost 2 players in what felt like 5 minutes or less, and I thought that we were just gonna speed run to the heads-up match for our final trophy that the AA Poker Lord Tournament Series was handing out here. And instead, we are being treated to a really fun 4-handed game, with chips just kind of going back and forth.
Oh, under the gun, Zhou Chuan with the ace queen. And you lay big blind. Jack 10 of clubs. Definitely good enough to see a flop
退
with.
学吧，我操！这牌不靠退学吧。
And trip queens on this board for Zhou Chuan.
So they just got back-to-back Jack 10 suited? Because he got it last hand.
Yeah, looks like
Jack
it.
10 of clubs, back-to-back. Zhou Chuan flopped the world. It's almost a little too good for this 4-handed setup. I'd be very tempted to make a min bet here of 20k. Just to see, like, pretend that you're taking it down with 40k. I think it's a very easy decision. Zhou Chuan shows him the goods. Very unique for a Uleta to get back-to-back Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, for sure.
And lost chips both rounds.
Both-
He's probably
both
wondering,
times.
he's like, why the hell do you guys love this hand so much? It's my favorite. Second dealer change of this block of poker that started with 6, went down to 4 within minutes. It's been a real fierce fight between these 4 ever since we got down to 4. Mao Renji probably getting the worst of it so far, but he's still within striking distance. He's got an alrighty stack, little over 20 bigs. Still full equity for this. 35k, 70k, 108, and 168 for... Is that correct? I was very close. 167. No, wait, 62 because the winner has to pay 15k. 162,000 for the winner of this tournament, 108 for second, 70k for third. And whoever is going to bust next will still walk away with $35,000, as that is what the players have agreed upon. $25k buy-in, tiny profit. Zhou Chuan looks down at ace 10 offsuit in the big blind. Ivan has raised things up with ace 5. It seems like Zhou Chuan has fired back. Nope, has just made the call. So we're off to see a flop. Ace 10 offsuit against ace 5 offsuit. And the flop comes 8-3 deuce. Kind of favors ace 5 a tiny bit. So we pick up the wheel draw. But ace 10 still good. Ivan bets 30. Zhou Chuan makes a relatively quick call here with the ace 10 high. There is another heart that rolls off on the turn. Zhou Chuan is sitting on the 10 of hearts, and it goes check check real quick on the river. The river is a 5, which gives Ivan a pair, but that pair is no good. Zhou Chuan checks his suits. He's like, that's me, right? Yes, that is you. Wins another one. This is going to be frustrating, by the way, for Ivan. Because he picks up the 5 and now he's going to see the bad Niels. He is beat by the 10 high flush. Then again, was already behind.
3万看一下嘛，不多。这 A10这面不防一手啊。
Our chip leader chipping down from 1.4 million at one point to now in the low 900Ks. Zhou Chuan was the shortest by far of the 4 of these for a little bit. has chipped all the way up to, I think, over 700,000 at this point.
该报价放手。
And he's legitimately very close to Ivan.
包装肯定抠。
上头了，
你要打特别重这牌我就不能
And it seems like we have temporarily lost Yulei.
重吧，我手里也没有红桃，我又没有保护，打一下。
我以为我是红桃 A 呢。
Been 9 long days of poker over here in Jeju, South Korea.
不打。
It was my first time. Selena's been here many times. It's the first time I've thought. Most of these guys, the players, have obviously been here before. I've had a blast. It's been very fun. A little bit sad about the short deck tournament. It does not seem to be happening. As I was very thrilled to be watching some short deck with you guys later tonight and tomorrow. Unfortunately, that one did not go through.
哦，单张成花。
对啊，是单张从。
我
你以为是 A 4还赢了？
我以为是 A 还赢了。
他肯定是
A shorter stack of the 4, Mao Renji looks down at Ace Queen offsuit. He is starting the hand with 43 big blinds.
像上面 A 啥不知道，有可能演戏，但大概率是会给我一球，因为底下都中了嘛。
He's gonna open it up with a little raise. Seems like Yulei has nothing interesting. Joe Chuan is gonna let go of his jack. 9-3. Oh, big hand alert. Selena as a chip leader. Ivan wakes up with Ace King offsuit.
Wow, I can't see players folding this pre-flop. The chips are going in.
It is an all-in raise by Ivan and a very quick call here by Mao Renji. He was probably excited to call with his Ace Queen offsuit until he received the bad news that it is Ace King offsuit that he's going up against. Big hand, lots of chips in the middle. 980k seems accurate, right? That's just the entire stack of Renji. No extra chips there. Very, very big hand. Flop 10-7-5, all diamonds.
Looking good for Ivan here.
红桃 K。
You do not want to see a king now. Oh, Marenji will finish at this final table on fourth place, locking himself up with the $35,000 cash.
真没剩咱们仨了。
And that is one of those setups that we were talking about. Four-handed, he's the shortest stack. You open Ace Queen, and it's the chip leader who wakes up with an even bigger hand. Obviously, you're very happy to send it there with Ace Queen.
这没办
Just
法呀。
unlucky. I had to sneeze. Unlucky timing as well, that one.
不错不错不错。
Yeah, it's just those setup hands, you know, there's not much you can do four-handed. I mean, ace queen is hella strong. And he was the shortest, wasn't he?
Yeah,
at
he
the
was
time?
the short,
Yeah,
by quite a
so-
bit, to be honest.
Exactly, so there's not much you can do really in those spots. You just call it, you know, wasn't meant to be.
At least, I think, 200,000 shorter than Zhou Chuan and Yulei, so... No, that is an unfortunate exit for Ma, who was second in chips when we started this block of poker. And that is reaching the end. I believe we'll be playing for a few more minutes, and then I do think it's time for a break. Could be a longer break if the players would request it, like a proper dinner break. But it's also going to be a bit awkward, because they're going to take a break, they'll come back, and then we lose one player, and then we take another break for the heads-up match. But that is just the way it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, three-handed, who knows, it could last a while. We've had... what is it? Almost 2 hours of play with 4 players, isn't it?
Yeah.
Almost, yeah, close to, and at least an hour and a half. So you know, they have big blinds. They have Zhou Chuan with 38, definitely not short stacked.
Yeah, we've been playing for 1 hour and 23 minutes in this block since the break. But we technically did start with 6, but we did lose 2 players within what felt 5 minutes. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess it's
very
been at least an hour and 15 minutes of just the 4 of them. And you're right, like it could go on for a while, and all 3 of them have healthy stacks. Now Ivan is an even bigger chip leader now than he was before, but it's also not like he's got him out-chipped 5-1, and he's got plenty of room for error. Ivan is gonna have to stay involved in a 3-handed game. That's very important, otherwise the blinds will kill you.
You lay small blind with the queen 10 suited.
That's a real hand.
上强度啊！
Wouldn't mind a little bit of resistance here. Zhou Chuan seems very happy about top 3 being secured. Whoever finishes top 3 will walk away with $70,000. 7-6 actually flops best here. It was a very unflattering flop for Queen 10 of Hearts. Not a single heart on that board. Yulei does retake the lead with the 10 of spades rolling off on the turn. That's a bit frustrating for Zhou Chuan, who was probably kind of happy flopping a middling pair there with the 7-6. He's going to bet 45k. Don't expect Yulei to come over the top, as obviously the 10 is a second pair, not some sort of a nil top pair. Doesn't have any draws going, so I'm expecting just a call here. There are some jacks that Zhou Chuan can have in the big blind. The ugly jack 3, jack 4, jack 5. Jack 3 would be 2 pair here. A bit less likely, but the jack deuce. So we're going to keep it a bit smaller with our queen 10. The river is a 9. There's a good chance this will go check, check. Unless Zhou Chuan feels that his opponent is weak. But he's got a pair in the battle of the blinds. He's thinking about it, but he's going to check it back in the end. And that means that Yulei will win a pot of 200,000 chips. Adds 110 to his stack. As the queen 10 gets the best of the 7-6.
Not too shabby of a pickup there. And that puts Yulei second in chips. And Zhou Chuan has fallen even short on this three-handed table.
He's already made one decent comeback. Because an hour ago the man was looking at 250,000 chips, give or take. Should still have around 700k after that hand. And he just paid the big blind and the ante, that helps too. Now it's his turn to just steal it back. Ooh, it's gonna be a little difficult as Yulei wakes up with ace-jack. This man can't complain about the hands that he's been receiving in the last 70 minutes.
Yeah, he's definitely had a run of cards, that's for sure. And getting paid off with that set of sixes was huge for him.
Even Ivan, who's our chip leader, he obviously knows that he can't give up too many big blinds for free. King Deuce is not a dream hand, but you also know that your opponents are going to open very wide in three-handed games. And King Deuce is going to be ahead of a lot. Oh, is that a raise?
I think it might be. Ivan says, "You're stealing my big blind again," to Yulei, so looks like he is going to 3-bet him here. Wow, that is huge 3-bet, and we know it's EO timed because Yulei does have a strong hand here of ace-jack. But he does have to take into consideration that, you know, Zhou Chuan has less chips than him, but at the same time, ace-jack is very strong 3-handed.
And it's not a whole lot, right? It's a little bit, but it's also not like, we can let this go and we'll always finish second. I think there is a good chance that Yulei is going to take his time here and he will announce all in. And then I am incredibly curious about the reaction of Ivan. We know Ivan won't call if Yulei does come over the top here with an all-in. It is 43 big blinds. And you obviously do feel silly if you throw away 43 big blinds with ace-jack. I can't imagine him folding down. Ace-jack way too strong 3-handed. Is he just going to make the call? Then we're off to see a very exciting flop. Damn, that's a big pot now. 370k in the middle, and it's ace-jack offsuit against king deuce offsuit. King deuce does pick up a gut shot straight draw. It ain't much, but it's honest work. We're in a 3-bet pot with king deuce offsuit. And Ivan might think that perhaps king high from time to time can be good here, but only specifically against a queen jack suited or a jack 10 suited. Not many other. Wow, he fires, huh?
And he's in 90k now into this flop. And Yulei hasn't connected with this board, and you know, you kind of got to give him credit. And gives up the hand.
Wow. Let's go of it.
Ivan Zane bulldozing his opponent there and winning a nice pot.
Power poker by Ivan, as I do believe that it's time for a break, as 2 of the 3 players have gone. And if they're all leaving, then I think it's time for us to take a little break. It is probably going to be on the shorter side of things, but it could also be a dinner break. It is around 10 minutes, and after that we'll be back and we'll continue this 300 game for the 25k high roller here, live from Jeju, South Korea. We'll see you guys soon.
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face to face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream.
给机会翻倍吗？你想想。
我也是保险箱啊。
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Lord Poker Tournament with its final event here. We got 3 players left in the 25K. And still everything to play for these guys. Our 3 players, all of them in the money. And again, first place is going to be 177K, second place 118, and third place 80K here. Looks like Yulei picks up a king here on the river. Gets checked to him. Interesting run out here with 3 spades on there. Of course there's the 2 aces, but the way it plays feels like perhaps he has to bet his king. Ivan Zhang with Jack high on the river.
这还想打架子呢？河牌中 K 了。
It's gonna be 220k and take it down. So Ivan Zhang has 64 blinds, then we have 31. What's up, mumming one in the chat, by the way, said go Mr. Mao. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it past the 4th place. But a good showing, no less. Big shout out to everyone who tuned in here to be with us and enjoy these tournaments.
Welcome back, Mr. Martin. How are we doing?
What's going on, boss?
I actually really enjoyed this four-handed battle we had for a long time. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Mao Renji. But he still walked away with $35,000 because the players were kind and they offered a little deal. The moment Dominic wasn't even gone yet of this stage, and they're like,
yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
The four of us, eh?
They were still splitting his carcass.
He hasn't even unplugged the mic yet, and they already were in agreement of how they were all winners.
I'll take the intestines, my favorite part.
Queen 10 fires, and it's going to take it down, so Yule continues to chip up a little bit. Ivan is our big chip leader after some power poker in the last hand before the break with that King Deuce. That's a spicy one, because there is obviously a world where Ace-Jack comes over the top and sends it. Now it's big. It would have been a lot of big blinds. But Ace-Jack in a three-handed setup against the chip leader does feel very powerful. Unfortunately for Yule, he went for a more conservative route. Completely missed the flop. Did not want to tangle.
And it's our farewell event, man.
I know.
I'm gonna miss you.
Are we gonna have some Korean barbecue to celebrate?
Yeah, yeah.
Martin Nielsen said he would love to join us for some Korean barbecue.
Okay.
He's gonna talk about video games with us. I hope you know that.
Nice.
You know the man yesterday, he challenged me. He had 2 beers. He's like, I think if we play 10 games of StarCraft, I could take one of you. I was like, I'll give you odds. He's like, that sounds good to me. I was like,
But like, geez, it would be sick if like sandbagging is like 7k.
Nah,
Secrets.
he showed me a
He's like
screenshot.
Max Packs.
That's what I was like. You're not Max Pax, are you? Because the man does have Danish roots, but
That's so sick.
whoa, 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 whoa! What
Decent
a flop!
Yeah.
Yet, almost a bit too good, perhaps, but Joe Chuan flops the stone cold nuts here. The king high flush on the ace queen 9, all hard board. And it's Ivan who's actually going to come along for the ride. This is with Joe Chuan, no more hearts. Just whatever you do, no more hearts. And that 3 of diamonds is a complete brick. So if Ivan liked this queen jack on the flop, he will still like it on the turn.
It's kind of tough to make a lot here against someone who's just got second pair and not even a heart in their hands. Zotron will still fire by the look of things. 275 in the pot.
It's a small blind, big blind battle though. And you do often love your second pair, especially if it's a queen jack where your kicker is also quite strong. Well, let's it go. Another good disciplined fold by Ivan.
I haven't talked to them yet, but from listening to Ivan at the table, I really want to talk to him because he sounds so nice and he's like bantering around the whole time.
He is, man.
He was telling to Dominic, you know, to get a Chinese girlfriend so he can learn Chinese. And he seems really funny.
Yeah, I think he's a great guy. Great character. But that goes for the 3 remaining. I've been enjoying watching these 3 all week long. Joe Chuan, obviously an amazing player. And I've enjoyed his presence. And Yule, like, he kind of came in a little bit in the middle of the series as a bit of a sleeper guy who just kind of sat there. But before we know it, we couldn't get rid of him at future tables or final tables anymore. He was always there.
It seems like he's very good at surviving in the spots. Like he really is picking his spots very well, is making some good correct folds when it's needed. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. I was actually, you know, we came back live like earlier. I was like so shocked. I was watching the interview of Stephenson. He did like a short interview with Poker News that got posted on Instagram. He was talking about like he wasn't even really planning to come here, and then Joseph Chong told him about the series, and he ended up coming. He said he played 4 tournaments, made like multiple final tables, cashed $1 million, and now he's gonna head to Vegas, have like a little bit of a break, because family is visiting. But then after that, it's gonna be a big summer basically of him playing things. And he was saying like he won his first and only bracelet like a long time ago. So he was like, maybe it's time for the second, because last summer he made no final tables, but obviously it must be peak confidence right now.
With the way that he is playing, and if he is going to stick around for the entirety of the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas, no one is guaranteed to win anything, but I can absolutely see him have a few more phenomenal runs.
Yeah, it's tough though, because it's bigger fields as well, so it's really hard.
But there will also be a couple smaller fields, right, where the buy-ins go up a little bit. And I think
Well, the 50 and 100K, yeah.
Steven has gathered some ammunition.
He's got a couple bullets ready.
That man has loaded up the clip, and he is ready. Very excited to follow his journey. I find it super cool as well when we get a bit more familiar with a lot of these guys over this week, to now see them in the next tournament. I'm curious to see if some of them can continue their strong performances. Yeah. A fun 25K to wrap it up, as unfortunately the short deck did get cancelled. I was very excited to watch some short deck. Martin Nielsen very upset over it, because he's like, that's actually like one of the main reasons why I was here. I was so excited. But hopefully next time. Still been 9 amazing days of poker. You said it a few times, the itch to play is strong.
Oh,
whether
yeah.
it's online or offline.
Yeah.
I kind of jump into it.
Well, I'm landing home Saturday morning, and let me tell you, Sunday, I'm firing some stuff. And a couple tournaments. Not even necessarily like any big binds, just, $10, $20, maybe a 50 or 2. I'm going to play some for sure.
I wonder if with any of the remaining guys that are left here, if there is a small chance for a little cash game running tonight.
Bro, they're playing a 25K. You want to play cash game with these guys?
Yeah, like for instance, I asked Martin Nielsen yesterday. He's like, oh yeah, he's like, I would absolutely love to sit down in a smaller cash game and play some micro stakes.
No, but smaller. He probably means like 10 times.
No, he said the 10K, 20K game. He's aware of.
Wow.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, oh no, that would just be fun. Have some drinks and banter. I was like, yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if it's gonna happen. The micro stakes for him, the biggest game of my life, but
It is pretty big.
no, that would be super fun if it's possible. But if not, we already had a great week. Yesterday there was one table running, and I was kind of excited, so I walked up there, and everybody gave me very weird looks, and I was like, what did I do wrong? But it was like the dealers tournament. They're like, you're not welcome here, sir. I was like,
Oh, they had the tournament with the dealers. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, we're employees. What the hell? They're doing the employee event and zoning us out of it.
I thought they were just playing some cash. I was like, that's cool, I can play with the dealers, this is fun. And then they all looked at me and they're like, no. And I was like, why not? Like, it's tournament for the dealers. I was like, oh.
I think if they'd seen you play before, though,
And
they would have gladly welcomed you in.
I was like, what about the commentator? Is he welcome? And they're like, no. I was like, fair enough.
Yeah. That was bad, man.
Yeah. Shut down.
What about if I did a couple orbits?
I don't think they would have been very impressed by my shuffling. The dealing I can do, and I can keep track of the action, and I can point fingers, but the actual shuffling, no, they would rip their eyeballs out if they see me shuffle. We've got the Jiggities on the side of ULA in the big blind, 730,000 chips. Zhou Chuan has opened things up with a suited king.
Expect to see a 3-bet here. To how much is the question? Like 120, 130K?
Expecting to go bigger with how big they were raising before.
180, 1K.
Yeah, they've been raising big. The 3-bet sizing has been big ever since they went down to the 400, 300 dynamic.
He doesn't want to give too good a price to Zhou Chuan in position. That's when you end up regretting it. You see a nasty board or you get outdrawn.
Zhou Chuan now going through his time bank chips like it's his collection of Pokemon cards.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually. It's like so funny how he looks at it.
Yeah. It's like maybe one of them looks different.
You've activated my trap card.
Yeah. Does one of them say you demand 2 diamonds on the flop? The current standing. Ivan is still our big chip leader, 1.5 million after he won that big hand with the King Deuce, excuse me, over the Ace Jack of ULA. 70K for whoever goes out next.
那不如剩一个大王，剩一个
108 for
巴掌。
second and 162 for the winner. What do you think of his jacket? That's a
Looks
jacket
cool.
we could buy as well. Do you know the price of this one? Because Selena asked me. I think it's around 100,000 Korean won. but
I have no. Yeah, that would be so. That would be like 70 euro.
Yeah, 60, 70. That seems reasonable, right?
Yeah. Like the one with the white like pearls. This looks like Elvis jacket kind of. Right?
Yeah, but I think it looks a lot nicer in real life. Like when I looked at it and when people were wearing it, it looked a bit much with
Yeah.
too much going on the sleeves. But if you see it like from up close, it
Yeah.
actually looks very clean. And the material is very nice.
You're gonna get a cheeky jacket.
I'll think about it. You can get the cash game going. Play. I actually, you know who else I ran into yesterday late at night? The Jungle.
Oh really?
He walked by just to say hi. Thought it was cool.
You didn't chat to him much, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I told him what I was doing, and then I was like, I'm a StarCraft 2 streamer and commentator. He's like, is there any money in that? It's like, not much, mate. But there's a lot of passion and love for the game. We've got an potential big hand unfolding here. As Zhou Chuan in the big blind looks down at ace-9. Ivan has just open jammed from the button.
I guess. Yeah. No, it's like. Oh wow, it's.
I think
20.
it's just open jam.
No, it's less than 20 big blind. Yeah.
Zhou Chuan wondering, because Ivan has not been doing this. This is literally the first time ever since we have been four-handed that Ivan makes a play like this.
Yeah, it is pretty much 20 big blinds. Yeah. That's. It's because of the ICM implications, I think, right?
But you have to worry about the small blind as well. It's not just that he jammed on the big blind. He's doing it
Yeah.
from the button.
But they have the same stack. So he's basically going all in, saying you need to have a really strong hand to call.
We
Oh, no,
couldn't
they
s-
don't have the same stack. It's 33 and 20.
We could not see his holding, and so we don't know exactly what he did it with.
It's still a lot of pressure for both of them. I remember one time I watched the final table of Elke. I think he was in the Bahamas, and he was doing the same. He was just going all in every single hand, just because the other guys, they had like way less than him, and they both want to make the ladder, so they just have to. They had to keep on folding for ages, basically. Yeah, the pay jump, 28K difference between third and second. You definitely want to make that.
In this $25,000 buy-in. It gives you another buy-in for the future.
要只有64万，是不是？
Next time we come around, another shot at a beautiful trophy.
80几万，
80几万，这么多？
Curious, very curious about the hand that Ivan did it there with. Could be a middling pocket pair, right? Maybe like 6s, 7s, 8s.
I mean, it could be a lot of hands, actually. Like, if he really thinks they're going to fold a lot here, and they are meant to fold a lot, again. I'm no ICM expert, but it feels like a good spot to pressure when he has as many chips as he does.
80几万
It
呢？
actually got very close before that King Deuce against Ace Jack hand. And if that hand would have played out different, this entire dynamic would have been different right now. And
Yeah.
this time we can't see the cards of Zhou Chuan. What we do see is that Yulei is looking down at Queen 5 of clubs. And couldn't quite catch the board. I believe it's a Jack high board. Jack 9-7 with 2 hearts.
They're all shuffling their time banks.
Yeah, I'm wondering, maybe we can trade some of them in for some extra big blinds. How many time bank chips for a big blind?
咬一口。
Went to showdown, Zotron, 41%. So what do you think? Are we fluent in Chinese yet at the end of this series?
Slightly better in some of the names, but
Yeah, the names you say like much better, I think, right?
took a little while. But no, definitely not fluent in Mandarin yet. Even the Korean is still very difficult.
去吃大餐了。
Wait, what can you say in Korean?
I think I'm still limited to the 2 words that I already knew.
What?
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
It's good enough.
Yu-Gi-Oh? Like when you call for the waiter?
Yeah.
Something like that?
I think you should say Chogio probably, but
Yeah.
I think it also works.
Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess, is a different card game. But they'll get me. Queen 4 from the small blind makes the call. As Yule looks down at pocket 8s in the big blind.
Couple snowmen. Going to open it up.
The 260? Yep. Little raise to 60k. And Ivan makes the call with a suited queen. Does not want to go anywhere yet. And we're off to a potential exciting flop. Ooh. Very exciting for Yule. Praying that Ivan is sitting on an ace. Ace 8 a 6 with the 2 spades. Honestly, I'm surprised at this point that it says 96% for Yule. I guess they're running 7-5, right? That's pretty much the only way.
Backdoor hearts.
Yeah. Running hearts and 7-5, but that king of spades is gonna lock things up, and that means Yule receives the check mark. No way for him to lose his hand unless he folds. I don't think he's ever folding.
Especially having a spade.
Yeah, even to a 4th spade. At that point, it's just, it is what it is. Then again, he does have a lot more chips right now than Judge Juan, so there are a couple of gnarly rivers.
Yeah.
It does go check, check, and the river is one of those gnarly rivers. It's the 3 of spades. So the set of 8s has now turned into an 8-high flush in a small blind against big blind battle.
It's kind of annoying to start with a set, have such a strong hand, and then end up with a
Oh
flush.
my goodness, he's betting big. He's betting big. It's at 300k, I think. I think it's a little over bet. 300,000. Oh, that is disgusting.
Wow. Ivan's incredible. I mean, regardless of the result here, I just really like that he's taking this line and he really went for it. And Yule is gonna fold.
Wow.
Oh my God, Ivan.
Check mark on the turn into folding the river. Damn. Power poker by Ivan.
If Yule called and lost, he still would have had more than Zotron, but he just decided to give his opponent so much credit and say, all right, you're just gonna have a better flush here a lot of the time.
9, 10,
Gangster
check.
poker, man.
No, I mean, there's a bunch, right? There's a whole bunch out there. And it is very, very possible in this small blind, big blind battle that the flush of Ivan is a little bit better. That is crazy. Honestly, it looked like there was no way in hell that Ivan was ever going to win that hand. Didn't think that he was going to fold either, even to some sort of a river bluff. This was a big one, and we overbet the pot. 225k in the middle, betting 300k. Still surprised he let go of the 8-high flush. For me, that's just one of these punting spots for me where I'm just like, no, I'm married to this hand, I'm attached to it. If you somehow got there, the world can see how bad I run, and I did not deserve to lose this hand, but
A silver lining.
yeah, I ain't going anywhere. I just want you guys to know there was great injustice at this final table, but I'm making that call. You got that
Try
9.
to make a stand, but life isn't fair sometimes.
If you got that 9 to king high spade, it is what it is. Yule seems incredibly disciplined. He has let go of a lot of hands where you could say, you can gamble, you can go with it,
Yeah.
you can fight, you can die on this hill.
Could be that he's overfolding too. And like if they picked up on that, like watching the stream or playing with him, then they're really trying to make him to fold some of these hands that perhaps he should be calling. Again, like I'm no expert, like 8 of spades here, I don't know exactly how it's doing. You know, obviously we almost talk about it like it's an obvious call, right? Because he has a flush, but at the end of the day, maybe the higher spades, some of them will belong to Ivan here, and then it becomes a clearer fold. But yeah, when you see that he has queen 4 of hearts, it's like, well, in the future it's hard to fold an 8 of spades here.
I think it's a 50-50. It's gnarly. But I would,
Fiddy.
I'd still lean a little bit more towards calling. Especially because Ivan is the chip leader, and you know they're going to make plays on those kind of boards. And if you do hold one, like I think if you have the absolute bottom, like the 2 of spades or the 3 of spades, where it's like, all right, 8 was still somewhat decent, even though there were a bunch of cards below already out. Jojuan, aware of what is happening. For a long time, Jojuan and Lu Wei were closing the gap a little bit. And they were getting a lot closer to Ivan, but now it kind of seems that Ivan is running away with it. As our chip leader is looking down at a bigger stack than he has ever been working with in this event. The 25k. There is a trophy on the line.
Queen 3 is going to lamp in the small blind. Yule with ace-6 offsuit in the big blind. Checks it back.
What an ambassador, by the way, with the cap and the jacket. He's got it all.
And Zotran, even his watch is green, actually. The bracelet.
A6 against Queen 3. A6 is still in the lead. Yule, a non-believer, makes the call.
Yeah, there is a lot of hands, I guess, that could do this. And when you have ace high, like you're still beating a lot of the draws out there.
It's a very dry board, right? The 10-8 deuce rainbow. There's not really anything going on. Maybe a jack-9, a 9-7, but a pretty disconnected board overall. And actually, Yule was going to make a bet here of 130,000, if I see that correctly. So a pot size bet here on the turn. 115, excuse me, but close enough. And this time it's Ivan who's going to let it go. Ace high was best. And Jochuan is probably short at this point. It's go time soon. As I believe it's his big blind as well, means that Jochuan has to pay the antes too.
Yeah. When there is such a difference, you just have to make a stand way earlier.
Yeah.
Still important to pick your spots, though.
Yeah, you don't really want to go down to 8, 7, because then even when you get your double, you do pick up your hand, you get no action, you're still short. You're probably going to have to get it in a lot worse afterwards.
Ivan immediately, by the way, reacted to the big bets. He said something about big, because he said da, and then da in Chinese means big.
Mm-hmm. It was a big bet.
Yeah, and he just read it well. Now on the button. Very talkative. I almost feel like they were ready to like show every hand, like even if there is no showdown. That would have been a fun dynamic.
They showed it. Oh, well, this could become painful for Ivan, because I don't think that Ivan is really going to give Yule credit for a better hand.
Well, he just called.
Jochuan is in the big blind. Probably felt that this might be one of these hands where he's really going to make a stance, as he has dropped the 215 bigs, but he's going to let go. Does not want to battle against both of them. So we are off to see a flop with ace-10 against ace-queen. And there are some boards where Ivan is going to be in a whole lot of danger.
And Yule may have just called because there is a shorter stack in the big blind, so he doesn't want to get into a big hand with Ivan.
Mm-hmm. Both players pick up the wheel draw with their ace high. If another heart would have rolled off, that could have been interesting, as Yule obviously did hold the ace of hearts, but not exactly the neighborhood of both of the holdings of these guys. A bunch of low cards. Ivan was probably pretty excited to play this hand with his ace-10. But now that we have successfully made it to the turn, it's like, well, ace-10 looks a lot less pretty.
He's thinking about it.
Makes a raise. Announces another raise to 200k, I believe.
I mean, very good with the chips, man.
Could be a dealer.
You could play in this field, what do you mean? One bullet, man, come on.
If I sell 98%, absolutely.
Imagine you win and you have 2%.
I'd still be happy. I get a cool trophy. I'd still be very happy, mate, don't you worry. Big play, obviously, again by Ivan. And super frustrating for Yule, who made that call from the small blind pre-flop. Is forced to let it go again. Ivan, the rich get richer. Ace-10 once more gets the best of a hand. It's actually beating him.
Playing incredible.
Yeah. Well, this is really starting to look like it is Ivan's time to lift a trophy. And maybe make up for the week a little bit as well. We heard he was splashing around a little in the 15k main event early this weekend. Buying in, just basically going for flips immediately, hoping to get a bit of a run going. It is safe to say it's been none of that here at this 25k final table. It's just power poker by Ivan. He's playing very well.
pressure masterclass when having the chip lead.
换人的话，就3B call 4B all in
And Chuanzhou now
这个牌力。
getting shorter and shorter hand by hand.
我回去学习
Three-handed, you have to pay those blinds all the time.
Yeah. There really is no moment that it's never pricey. Button this time for Yulei is I'm gonna make the call, I believe. Obviously, opening here is annoying. No, he has gone for a little raise, and Ivan goes for the call from the big blind with Ace-8 offsuit. Zhou Chuan leans back and says, "Hey, Yulei, you gonna let him do that to you? You gonna let him steal every hand? It's time to fight, mate. Go to war."
Well, start!
8-8-4. Ivan casually flopping trips. It always gets scary when the guys that are playing good are starting to run good eventually too.
It's unfortunate for Ivan that Yulei doesn't have anything because he's been pressuring a lot. So I feel like we're getting to the point where Yulei might really not start believing him at all. But yeah, I expect a call.
I think it's a very tiny race. Maybe to
And Yulei's probably thinking, are you joking me right now?
He can't.
This is actually super interesting because like trips would almost never raise here. So I think Ivan was really saying, I hope you have something, because if he had any sort of pair, even a lower pair than eights, he would have just had to call here and maybe go the whole way. And Zhou Chuan 13 big blinds, Yulei drops to 28, and Ivan 78. Stay with us, Joe. It's almost over, my man.
It's like if I'm very quiet, they may forget them. They just go all in. It's like chip in a chair, baby.
You know, I had this scenario, right, in Malta, like in the sit and go that I played. We were three, and I was super short, and then they went all in with each other. It's really sick. Like make the pay jump.
我可没打死啊，基本上都跟我没关系啊。
Zhou Chuan truly hoping to look down at a hand that he can make a move it, but 10 deuce is just not quite one of them. He is forced to let go of his button. Ivan is gonna make a call with Jack 9 offsuit, and it is Yulei. This is the third time, by the way, that he picks up exactly Jack 10 of clubs. It did not go well for him the previous two times. Let's see if the third time is the charm.
All reds.
Yep. Ace 7-3, all hearts even. Goes for a very tiny bet, just praying that Ivan absolutely hates this board. And Ivan says, you know what, I don't need to win all of them.
I just won 3 hands, you can have this one.
Yeah. It's a very
Take
tiny board.
those peanuts, you're gonna need them.
I do like sometimes betting out, even if it's very tiny on these mega scary boards, because there is such a good chance your opponent completely missed it. There's absolutely nothing going on there, and then even the tiniest of bets can take one down.
Yeah, obviously 3-handed, they're playing pretty wide.
It's hard to have a heart if there are 3 rolling off on the flop. Kind of reduces the chances. Zhou Chuan now in the big blind. And that means it really is important for him. If it's not this round, it kind of has to be the next round.
He's really hoping Yulei somehow ends up going all in and busting before him, but I think Yulei, we've seen, he's conservative enough that that's very unlikely it would ever happen. He'll take one big cooler.
Ivan makes the call with 9-6. Yulei is gonna let go of the 10-3. Zhou Chuan looks down at 3 deuce offsuit. The last thing you want to look down at when you're down to your final 11 big blinds. Perhaps you can somehow connect. I think if Zhou Chuan picks up like a decent piece of any board here, he is absolutely gonna go to war over these 85k. Wow, it seems like he made a play.
Yeah, I saw him throw chips in a funny way. Maybe it was a raise.
Must have been. 3 deuce.
In which case he was just like, all right, well, for him to not open in this setup, it must be very weak. That would have been a perfect read because it was just 9-6 off.
There's a chance that that is what happened. So Zhou Chuan successfully defends his big blind, and he picks up a couple chips from the small blind as well. And of course the call in the early position from Ivan.
You lay Jack 4 suited on the button. Going to open it up. So trying with Ace 4 suited in the small blind here. He's counting chips.
I wouldn't hate it if he just ships it here. I think it's a really good spot to go for it. A suited ace in the small blind. You do already have an open, so there's of course a chance you get called, but you know they're opening up the sexy kings as well. They're opening up the queen jacks, the jack tens. And we do have a basically all-in race, but he's going to leave himself some chips behind. Just in case. It seems like Ivan got out of the way quickly. And Joe Chuan wins back-to-back pots. He bet to 130k. He did get queen jack to fold from Ivan. Queen jack obviously pretty three-handed, but with an open and a three bet, queen jack starts looking a little marginal.
Surviving very well. It's pretty interesting how he keeps some chips, and then if Ivan would go all in and Yulei would call, then he'd fold his hand, hoping that Yulei would bust, but then he'd be crippled. Very advanced. I feel like in the past I would never do this, but now that I've seen all these players do this, like I understand it, and maybe I would start making this play instead of just jamming ace 4 suited here. Ivan, king, queen of suits. He limps in the small blind here. Yulei, he's just going to check his option.
Surprising to see that limp with king, queen. King, queen obviously a beautiful hand. Does make a top pair with the queen kicker. And jack 7 actually picks up a little piece of this board as well, but we're still going to go check as they are just looking at Joe Chuan and wondering when are we finally getting rid of that man. It just keeps on sticking around. Ivan bets 35. Honestly, I think I'd be calling here with jack 7.
Maybe he was planning on limp raising the king queen.
Yep, possible.
Yeah, first pair against second pair, usually you're going to see some chips go in eventually. It happened on the turn now. The river changes nothing. Ivan winning this hand currently.
Yulei is really good in keeping the pot small,
Yeah.
where he's got something, but he's often beat. But he's just good in staying out of trouble in that regard. Seen a couple of great folds at this final table, even earlier when we still had a few more players. It's 85 call, 85k. It obviously does feel like he is just kind of firing and he's trying to get you to fold your jack. But Yulei will receive the bad news that it's king queen for the chip leader. That's a sizable pot that Ivan has picked up there.
And that closes the gap between Zoltran and Yulei now.
Yeah, but I think there's still a bit of a difference between them, right? They're getting closer for sure. Earlier it was a big difference when it was 11 bigs against what felt like over 30. Now it's closer, but Yulei should still have at least 200,000 chips more.
Which is really only 8 big blinds. That's true.
合体吧，退学吧，被艾文吊打。
所有的假职业都被真老板吊打。
Chip leader on the button. He's obviously willing to open very wide here. 10-9, I think that is perfectly fine to throw in a little min race as we make it 50k.
上头又上强度。
Yulei looks down at a suited king. He's gonna let go of it out of position.
Wait, said he has only 500k.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, so it's 100k difference.
That's
4 big blinds.
No, you're right. It definitely closed the gap a lot. Still a lead for Yulei, but very, very close at this point. 1 or 2 shelves for Joe Chuan is all it takes. And Ivan is just kind of running away with it at this point.
Yeah.
I almost hope that they combine their stacks so we have a bit of a battle to look forward to in the heads up. I like the heads ups, but obviously earlier this weekend we had the Steven Song heads up. It was like 41 million against 6. It just feels so rough, so difficult to win.
Yeah. Yeah, the Calvin Lee heads up was very quick.
Yeah. But that one, the fight was kind of fair, and if anything, it was favored towards Calvin Lee, right? Calvin Lee came in with a chip lead. Steven Song just invincible this week. Surprised that he didn't decide to play this. Maybe he felt that he's used all his run with it.
Maybe he had already booked his trip, I guess. Wasn't playing.
Well, I think he was planning it because he did even sell some action to some guys, like very little.
Okay.
If he was feeling it, but then in the end, he's like, nah, let somebody else go home with a trophy. He's like, I'm starting to feel bad. He looked at his luggage and he's like, it's not going to fit, guys. I'm sorry. Don't want to leave it behind, but it's not going to fit. So we'll let someone else win.
Okay, Zotron, 2 big blind difference with Yulei now after winning that hand.
给送100万100万刀给我们1万刀都不舍得。
啊，一毛都不舍
A
得。
lot happier. Was very sleepy earlier when he was at 260k.
Now he's awake.
It's crazy what a couple chips can do to him, man, eh?
Definitely.
零头都不舍得。那我就干他了，别说了。
谁不干啊？
啊！我现在开始干他了，不跟他开玩笑了，在这跟他嘻嘻哈哈的。
Zotron 8-6 offsuits. I'm gonna get out of the way. Ivan with 8-3 offsuits.
教会了。
Looks like a call. No, he raises. 3 big blinds. Now that they have equal stacks, maybe he's back on the offensive, and he's gonna get a fold from Queen 7 offsuits. Yulei feels like he's too shallow.
现在没用。
Even in position here, I can send Ivan that he knows might be playing very aggressive in this scenario. Wow.
你直接
Power
说
poker yet
我
again.
不就完了？
那肯定。
Ivan just keeps on getting richer.
那怎么现在8成？
We've mentioned the pay jumps a couple times, but for anybody who has just opened the stream, the winner will walk away with $162,000 as they have given $15,000 to the 4th place finisher. Second place gets 108, third place gets a 70, fourth place gets a 35.
我20 BB。
也可以8成错。
Starting to look more and more like the 162,000 USD belong to Ivan. The man is having a great time playing some cards, all smiles. To be fair, this man is always smiling, whether he's a big stack or a tiny stack.
让你在教的。
No one is short here, at least not in Ivan's neighborhood, as he opens up ace-jack, and we have the ace-10 all in, and the snap call this time by Ivan, who's got Joe Chuan outpipped by 1. Ace-jack suited against ace-10 offsuit,
这正常开始嘛。
and Joe Chuan is just laughing about it. It's like, you're kidding me. You're opening every hand, and somehow when I make a move, you've got ace-jack. 2 hands that kind of play themselves. Ace is 7-5. Looking very grim at this point. It's a 10 and a 10 only. Now maybe with a king, queen, we can chop. The 5 does not change anything. They both end up with all the pairs. But the jack plays. And that means that it's time for a heads-up battle between Ivan, who's got all the chips, and Yulei, who's got very few chips.
Great showing by Zotron. He was chip leading for a long time, but all of a sudden, Ivan took all his momentum and translated that into a huge chip lead going into the final heads-up. We're going to take a short break, get those players ready, take some photos, and then we'll be right back with the final heads-up here.
我现在已经无所谓了。
AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rich events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences. Download and play now. Permanently free to use. Play with friends anytime and anywhere. Your first choice of home game. AA Poker, your first choice of online home game platform. AA Poker, your first choice of home game. A high-end social and competitive platform originated from Australia. It has been launched in over 115 countries worldwide. Enjoy the real poker table experience. Online live and stream table with famous players. AA Poker Global Champion, the choice of top poker players. More than 30 game functions. We have the most and best. The richest customizable configuration and the best experience among all online matchmaking platforms to play. AA Green Shout, a world without thieves, safeguard the fairness and security of the poker game. Online live streaming tables are now available. Play poker face-to-face with good friends. With rate events, anyone could be a star. TLPT Global High Stakes Tournament. More free online games and satellites. Super trendy avatars and various AA exclusive experiences.
Welcome back everyone for the last time here live from Jeju, South Korea, as we have put our beautiful trophy on the table. It is not a very fair heads-up fight, but anything is possible in poker. Two doubles, and it becomes a fair fight. But getting those two doubles against Ivan is going to be incredibly tough. He's been playing very solid, strong pre-flop and post-flop play. Has timed his aggression incredibly well. Got his opponents to fold better hands multiple times. I think at this point, Johan, I just let it come down to a couple flips. I think this is the best thing we can hope for.
You can hope for a sick cooler.
That too.
Yeah, flip is usually what ends up happening, or some sort of race. Yule is going to open up the heads up here with ace 10. Opens all in.
I'm like, oh, setting the tone, eh? Hoping for a quick double in the very first hand, but Ivan does not have a hand that he is willing to commit those 15 big blinds with. I think we're still at 10k, 25k, unless I've missed it. We'll take a little look at it. Ivan's got all the chips in this 25k super high roller. It was a much smaller field, the smallest field we've had all week. So a lot of players have obviously left Jeju. It's going to be a very busy summer in the world of poker.
I mean, it's always busy. It feels like there's always so many multiple circuits running simultaneously everywhere around the world. Must be first world problems for the players. That you're just looking at, you know, everywhere you can play, every series, and having to pick.
King for offsuit here on the button. Yule is going to just make the call by the looks of it. Ivan looks down at a Jack 5 offsuit. So far it's 1-0 in this heads-up battle. Ivan decides to bump it up. Maybe not too thrilled about taking a flop with Jack 5, and he's just going to try to take it down 3. Now a king in a heads-up match does feel somewhat strong. This would be a great moment for Yule to make another power move. If he feels confident. His opponent is just making a play on him. He is thinking about it. He's absolutely thinking about it, and it seems like we just made the call. So I'm going to take a flop here. Well, there's 185,000 in the middle. Yule only having 375 behind, and Ivan flops top pair with his Jack 5.
Yeah, Yule sitting there with absolutely nothing. I don't mind the call. I think, like, if you suspect someone's being pretty aggressive, you don't necessarily have to come back over the top, because sometimes, you know, you might run into it. In this case, you can call and play in position. So I don't mind so much, but yeah, once you get outflopped here completely and you have nothing, not much else to do than folds. Ivan with a lot of momentum.
I think at this point it's just so unfair to play post flop, because your opponent is going to be able to take so many stabs at all those spots on flops and turns, and it's so hard for you to continue with your king highs, your queen highs, even if you may suspect that you're good. In this case, he absolutely would not have been. It's too valuable. I think it's time for some all-in poker. All in or fold. Something I would say. I'm a bit of an expert in.
Ivan with the king 4 suited. Goes all in by the look of things. And yeah, pretty quick fold. We have 12.5 big blinds for Yule here. In dire needs of a double to have a chance in his heads up.
Yule knows that he's going to have to take a stance real quick. He's going to have to fight back. Otherwise, by the time we double, it really doesn't do anything. And we'll still be in the same very compromising spot that we're currently in. Where Ivan is having all the smiles and all the chips. But in Ivan's defense, I really feel he'd be just as smiley if the roles were reversed. He's just a happy guy. Yule has had a great series as well, though. So many future table appearances, so many final tables, a couple of deep runs. I don't think he's too upset with how anything has gone this week. And what a survivor. You gave him credit for it, but I can absolutely echo that. Because very rarely has he been steamrolling the table, or he wakes up with nothing but monsters. His opponents run into setups and he easily gets paid. But he's just good in hanging in there, watching other people bust, making sure he keeps a couple chips. And he does outflop Ivan here, even though he already had the better hand. As he flops middle pair with 10-8.
Yeah, very solid player. I don't think I've seen any plays that I thought were out of place or anything like that. Solid throughout. Even in some long days that we've had sometimes.
Some of these guys have to play till 1:30 a.m., 2 a.m. even, one of the days. But Yule always stayed locked in, was dialed in, and has played well. It's going to be very difficult for him to turn this one around. He's gonna need Lady Luck on his side. There's no way around it.
去哪里追？我靠，打就是有牌，没牌就不打。
It is scary, obviously, to put your tournament live on the line with these marginal hands, but you know you're just gonna have to make some all-in moves here early. He's playing too many hands post-flop, and it's so hard to connect with a flop. This is not gonna be the way when your opponent's got you outshipped like 8-1, 9-1, whatever it is.
Yeah. But this exact jacket is here in the shop too?
Yep. Yeah, that's the jacket I was talking about.
That's the one you're thinking of?
It has some leather patches as well.
Looks like a biker jacket a little bit.
Right, it's cool.
Where's your helmet? Get on that Harley.
My license, unfortunately. Something I always wanted to get, and this is one of the few things that I feel like...
It's a separate license, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like I need to study, I need to complete the theory exam, and then I need to complete the practical exam, and then I also need to find the funds to get the bike that I want. And
Well, is there one that you want already, or?
I mean,
is
there are
it
some
a
bikes.
General idea.
Yeah. There are some bikes I think are mega cool, but people say like that's never a bike that you're supposed to ever get as your first bike because
Yeah,
everybody
it's like a
says
death wish.
yeah, that too, and that it's also just likely that you'll have a little accident, whether it's like a minor crash. It doesn't have to be a big one, but that with your first bike, there's always a chance that something goes wrong in the first year.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to open things up with your dream bike immediately.
Get a small scooter to practice in the neighborhood first.
I mean, I used to drive scooters all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Really?
absolutely. I mean,
Like where you lived before? Because now.
when I was 16. When you're 16 in the Netherlands, you're allowed to get your scooter license. I was very into it. I was into tuning them as well.
Really?
I had one of these scooters that made way too much noise. Legal speed limit in the Netherlands for those scooters was 45. Mine went 125.
That does not surprise me.
I
knowing
was
you.
a little rebel when I was 16, Johan.
Yeah.
But
You never had an accident or
no,
nothing?
with my scooters, never. One little slide one time in the winter months because there were like it was a lot of just slippery roads.
Yeah.
I was going very slow because I knew it was dangerous that day. I couldn't avoid that, but I was all by myself. There was no one around, and I wasn't injured at all. But there were some scratches on my scooter. I was very sad when I was a little boy.
And Yule opens. Oh no, he limped, and it's gonna fold to an open here. Good fold actually this time. Playing 14 big blinds right now, I believe. Ivan's still applying the pressure. He did have a good hand this time. And Yule still hanging in there.
就想令
I even have a French scooter,
快的
the
很
Peugeot.
嘛
Yeah?
The Peugeot Speed Fight. They were really cool. In my days,
How good was it?
it was very good. When it came to
Do you remember
scooters,
how much you bought it for back then?
yeah, that's a good question. I think I do. I think brand new scooters back then when I was 16, we still had the gulden, so our currency before the
为
euro,
什么不推呢？
if I recall correctly. Or did we
没
just
合
get the
法
euro?
丢了呗。
I want to say, I thought it was around 5,000 gulden, so maybe like 2,400 euros, or
Okay.
something among those lines. But I'm guessing now. Be surprised if it was 5k euro. I remember the 5k number.
Yeah. But you lived in a completely different area than now, right? Because
Yep.
right now I can't imagine like it's just a highway around, right? Like
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
in scooter. You
No, I lived in a bit more of a civilized, like a lot of streets, a lot of
Okay.
bicycle paths I could take. It was a good neighborhood to have a scooter. All my friends had scooters. This was just a thing in the Netherlands.
looks like there was a lamp from Ivan. Yule went all in with Quinn, and that was enough to take it down.
No, actually, we got the euro on the 1st of January 1999, and I got my scooter in the year 2003, so it must have been in euros. Yeah, that actually makes sense because we had euros in high school.
What was the first thing you bought, like when you started making like some money from, like some decent money from something, or like let's say big money?
Nothing really, nothing that I can
Nothing
think of,
particular?
mate. I was lucky. I got the scooter from my parents.
Yeah. Yule went all in. Can't see his hand. Okay, ace-8 offsuit on the button. Big blind on 30k now. We just went up. That's gonna be enough. Take it down.
And let's Google it quickly. A new one right now is around 2,100 pounds, so I think the 2,300 euro thing that I mentioned is pretty accurate.
For a Peugeot scooter?
Yeah, Peugeot Speed Fight. But they're honestly like high-end scooters.
Yeah.
Couple big brands back then, Gilera Runner. I don't know if you're familiar with those. I think Gilera is Italian. Those were very popular. And Speed Fight was basically the second most popular.
The British, they call scooters moped.
Yeah.
Ever hear that?
Mm-hmm. Mine was not a moped. There are mopeds in the Netherlands as well, but those are different. Ivan can pick up a couple scooters if he wants to. Honestly, Jeju Island, great place to have a scooter. If I
You know,
was
my brother came to visit here. Did I tell you?
to Jeju.
Yeah, he was in Korea for a while. Then he came to Jeju, and he loves doing bike.
Mm-hmm.
And he was biking around the island, and they have like a lot of like small. They look like phone booth.
Yeah.
Like they are like checkpoints, and then every time you go around, you get a stamp basically, and then you write in your book like you went there or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he completed like most of it, I think, or like a lot of it.
Yeah, I think Jeju is fun. We've got 1 or 2 days to explore the island a little bit, and above all, get some great food. And that's obviously one of the things that Korea is absolutely known for. We've got the two kings going at it. The King Deuce offsuit for Yulei versus the King 5 of diamonds for Ivan. And King Deuce flops best as we make bottom pair on the side of Yulei. It's got 400k, 13 big blinds behind. It's hard to flop a pair, Todd. Can Yulei find the correct go? I mean, it's tough, but it's hard to flop a pair, my
It
friend.
feels like it's for such a huge chunk of his stack. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And he's going to make the call. And it will be interesting to see if Ivan keeps on the pressure here with just king high currently.
Oh, that's a great card, I think, for Yulei to gain some confidence. As he's holding the king of clubs, and there are now 3 clubs on the board. Ivan kind of running out of options, and this will go check, check on the turn. The river is the jack of clubs. Now, earlier in a spot like this, Ivan made a really big bet, pretending that he had a big flush, and he actually got Yulei to fold the 8 high flush.
Maybe a good opportunity to check and hope to induce a jam.
Yeah, if he thinks back of what happened a while ago.
Yulei really going to take his time.
That would actually be a sick play. If he does check here,
Oh, he bet.
going over that other hand.
He bets small, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's 1/3 of his
yeah.
stack. It is small compared to the size of the pot, but it's also 1/3 of his stack. Ivan can't make much of a play here. He's got king high. He's gonna let it go. No clubs, king high. Unfortunate for you later.
Important pickup here for Yulei. He's going to start gaining some momentum here in this heads up.
Chips up a little. Still a very long way to go, and he knows it. And he's probably going to be forced to at least flip for his stack once or twice.
He's recounting the whole thing.
番茄你推我打
Trying
光
to figure
了，
out how many big blinds he's got before we head
推
into
我
the
包
next
括了
one.
慢1秒
Put me on the
告诉
button.
我。
10-6 of hearts, suited. Can't quite call it a connector, but in the eyes of some very loose players it is. They're like, this is a suited hand. And it's connected. And we've got 10-5 offsuit in the big blind for Ivan.
Yeah, Yulei's playing 21 big blinds.
100.
And Ivan is actually going to raise. I expect Yulei to come along here. It's 100, by the way, so 3.3 big blinds.
I mean, he did chip all the way up to 620. So we can safely make this call for 70k and still have plenty of chips left behind us. 550k remaining. Flop comes ace, king, king. A rainbow. No one really flops anything. We are heading towards a chop. It would be very weird if this somehow does not go to a chop. But of course, Ivan is the man with all the chips, and he's the one that can apply some pressure. And it's so tiny, but how do you continue with 10-6 of hearts, right?
30 outs. It's so funny when it's a chop and you see this.
Wow. Yulei, a non-believer.
Whoa. I expected a fold.
Same, how do you continue
It's such
here?
a small bet, to be honest, that he has to call.
True. But
Ivan knows that, so he might just keep on applying pressure here.
you It's very safely size it up a tiny bit more if he wants to continue telling the story. However, for your opponent to continue on ace king king, you could be worried, but it seems like Ivan is announcing a big bet. It looks like 100 or 125k. It's 140 even. And that's really difficult. I mean, there's nothing you can do here. This is where poker is a brutal game, and it's just unfair. Yule successfully sniffed out that river, and that the flop bet was nonsense. But there's just not much you can do.
Looks like he drops to 17 big blinds now. All his hard work undone. Unable to pick up anything really strong here. And Ivan relentless. Great showcase this tournament of how good he is. He played the big stack really, really well, I thought.
Yeah. There was one moment where he almost let go of it, because he did lose like 400,000 chips, and then we had that big hand with King Deuce against Ace Jack, where both players just kind of missed. And King Deuce was able to take it down, and that once more secured his chip lead, and even gave him more chips than he ever worked with before. And from that point on, it's been almost a never-ending upswing for this man. He's gotta be feeling good and loving life. Tosses in a couple chips, and look at this. Yule looks down at the Rockets, American Airlines. Aces in a heads-up battle. I mean, your opponent has you out-chipped 5 or 6 to 1. And has already opened up with a raise. I think we can just very safely cover. It is 9-8 offsuit for Ivan. Ace is so good heads up that I think we just want to call here.
Yeah, we've seen Yule limp a lot on the button and generally play on the more safe and passive side of things. So now if he 3-bets, I think it would look very, very strong. It's just kind of hard because you're out of position, so yes, you can call, but it can make life difficult on you. I think he wants to underrepresent his hands. It looks like he just called.
You just have to let your opponent find.
Never mind.
Actually made a big 3-bet to 140k. Now that is something that Ivan can absolutely afford. And it's actually only 75k extra. Ivan did not limp. Opened up with the raise. 75k extra to play for 310,000 chips. 9-8 is a hand that can flop well. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Ivan makes this call. If he makes the fold, that's an even better play. Let's go of 9-8, and he's going to be very happy with that one. As Yule did have aces. Damn, what a moment to fold and not throw in those extra chips.
Yeah. I think he read
it really well. And that's the problem of 3-betting this sizing, maybe, with his chip stack. I mean, of course, he's meant to 3-bet a lot of hands, and maybe it's just that he ran aces into, one of those weekends that shouldn't be calling anyway.
I would like to see him just call there. And even let his opponent make a pair. And if they somehow outflop you with aces, it is what it is.
And the flop is Queen Jack 10.
Yeah. Well, then you make him bet, you go all in, you close your eyes, and
then you bust.
And you tell the dealer when it's over. I
6,000,000
mean, if I gotta go out in a heads-up battle, let it be with aces.
Let it be with a bang.
And a lot of chips in the middle. 8-4 offsuit is gonna make the call. Ivan could check or bet. And has decided to check it back. Flop comes 10-9-4 with 2 hearts. Yule does hold the 8 of hearts. Takes a look at the board and fires a 30k, I believe.
Ivan in position.
Oh. We don't know what Ivan is holding. What we do know is that he has announced a race.
That's 75.
100.
A hundo. Queen 9. So he actually just has second pair, but he's choosing to apply pressure once more.
Oh, there's a lot of draws out there, obviously. Could be some gutter balls, could be a flush draw. It's hard to make a pair, especially in heads-up poker, so Queen 9 definitely feels like a monster hand.
A 5 of diamonds on a turn. So 6-7 gets there. No, it doesn't. No.
6-7 gives you a very long straight
We'll
draw.
get there.
That is possible. Yule obviously did have bottom pair on that board, and I can't really blame him for coming along for the ride, because Yule probably thinking the same way as Ivan was thinking. That is
Ivan is he's just monster moding this heads up and final table in general. It's just bet all the time. He finds the folds when he's beat.
Yep. It is another good fold here by Yule, to be honest, with bottom pair. It's not that easy because there are a lot of draws in the range of your opponent, especially with 2 hearts there and the 10-9 being connected on that board, but makes a correct fold with bottom pair.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to just have bottom pair. I think he was hoping, obviously, to pick up some more on the turn, like anything, any draw. Yeah, that wasn't it. And now Ivan still all smiles, looking at maybe winning this trophy here right next to him. Beautiful trophy.
Closer than ever before, and what a hand to do it with. Pocket kings here on the button. Could this be it? I think he just made the call. 6s. Are we gonna run it, Todd?
Yeah, I think we are immediate all in here. 13 big blinds for Yule. Ivan just laughs. Like, that's it? You play that garbage? Ivan in a fantastic spot here to win our final event here at the Lord Poker Tournaments.
25k buy-in. We will have 168k for the winner. And on that run out, the kings stay good. The kings were crushing the 6s. All smiles and handshakes and happiness among these two.
Firm handshakes all around. Congratulations, Ivan. Great run. Beautiful play in the final table.
Walks away with 167. No, excuse me, 162, because he did give 15,000 to our 4th place finisher.
Yeah.
And Yule, as the runner-up, will walk away with 108,000. And that will do it, Todd.
That will do it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. It's been a pleasure commentating poker all these 9 days. And yeah, big shout out to everybody who tuned in, to everybody involved with making this tournament series happen. And much love to you too, Kevin. Selena as well.
And a much love and a big shout out to Steven Song for being the absolute champ of the Lord Poker Tournament Series over here from Jeju, South Korea. We had a blast, we had lots of fun, and we hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Plenty of great hands of poker were played, and we hope to see you guys again next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Congrats to Ivan.